everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. So just to clarify, these are not brand new documents. These are documents that were filed and posted a long time ago. Well, not too long ago, because we're going from newest to oldest. They've just recently been unsealed. And again, I'm going to show you everything. But you're also going to see how some of this stuff being sealed makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. Just to cause problems. Just to cause chaos. Okay. So first off, we're going to read this one because this is the one that tells us that we're not getting anything when it comes to the alternate perpetrators. They finally put the 8-4 order back up. It's right here. So I'll show you the titles as we're going through the numbers of the documents that are not allowed. Because I don't think all of these are alt perpetrator. I'm pretty positive some of these are other ones. But I could be wrong. I don't feel like they had that many documents that had that title on it. I really just don't. Okay, so let me make sure this is big enough. Okay. So this one is order maintaining sealed status. The court finds that the sealed status of the following records identified in the court's, I can take this off. In the court's August 4th, 2025 order regarding sealed documents shall remain in effect for 9/18, 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 35, and 40. And I'll get to the titles here in just a second. Item 9 must remain sealed as it is replete with identifying information of the proffered alternate perpetrators, the unsealing of which would contravene the privacy concerns of these individuals and likely subject them to unwarranted harassment and reputational harm. Thus, continued sealing is warranted pursuant to ICR. These rules we went over a couple lives ago whenever we went over the other documents that the state and the defense dropped. The remaining identified records all relate to an ongoing and statutorily confidential investigation into potential leaks in this case and are exempt from disclosure under that one. Okay, so that actually makes more sense. I didn't read that like last sentence right there. So all of these should have something to do with the special investigation. Let's see, what's number 9? Number 9 is the alternate perpetrator one right there. And then we have 18, which is defendant's reply in support of motion for access. That would be for the special investigation. 25 is state's response to defendant's motion regarding the special investigation. I just want to make sure that's what all of these are. Then 26. Defendant's objection to release of privileged and confidential work product. 27. Defendant's motion for access and fair investigation. Then we have 30. Order staying order. 31. Order sealing defendant's motion and order for an emergency order. Then we have 35, motion for emergency order, and then number 40, order granting access to sealed record. Okay. We're not going to get the alt perp information, and everything else is not going to be released yet until, I guess, the leak investigation is over, and they tell us about that stuff. But that's this document. Here is the website for where all of these are listed. So what I want to show y'all is how this looks on here. So we'll get to these here in a minute because this is like a new list for the next set that they have to go over. And then there's a couple more things right here, but I want to show y'all this real quick. See how they're just like snuck in here like this? Ooh, you know what? Let me highlight, bro. Okay, it's not gonna let me highlight it anyway. You see how it's got the little red box and it just like is like sprayed a little bit in there? they're just finally putting them like in their chronological order. I believe that was the last one right there. So this is where it stops on June 5th, 2025. The next set is like, you know, all the rest of this stuff. And then it'll just be like thrown in there and have a little red new box on it. Okay. So let me see if this is the other one. Okay. This is just saying that these items right here are going to be unsealed. No further objection when it comes to orders modifying, amending the no contact order. I mean, we really kind of like don't need to really even go through this one, because it's basically just saying like the redactions that were made, which is just the people's names. And if it hasn't been, it's because, again, if it was somebody that already like spoke out in court, somebody that's already been like on the news, someone whose name's already been associated publicly with the case, there's no point in wasting anybody's time to redact any of those things. So if it says something about that, there's no reason to hide it or do whatever. All this is asking is for like the date of birth to be redacted. I don't really want to waste a bunch of time going through this whole entire document like word for word, because the documents themselves are unsealed, and that's what we're going to be going over. Right here, nothing on record that justifies continuing the sealing. The name of the individual identified within this document has already been widely disseminated by the media. It's all basically the same verbiage back and forth. On top of that, seal the birthday, but that's really it. This one has a little bit of difference right here. Okay, so court minutes for closed session regarding motion concerning alternate perpetrators. It basically has like the minutes, and it doesn't look like they're gonna, are they gonna redact it and drop it? Because they just said they weren't gonna like do it, the alternate perpetrator stuff, but I guess that they might have. That's not over here. We don't have any court minutes yet. So even though it's sitting here and it's like, yeah, it should be redacted, that's not out yet. So maybe they're still working on this one. Although there is no longer any justification under the rule to warrant continued sealing of the entire document, there were discussions recorded within the minutes that require protection. First, the minutes at 131:52 refer to identifying information of the proffered alternate perpetrators, the revealing of which could contravene the privacy concerns of these individuals and likely subject them to undue harassment. Thus, this reference will be redacted. Second, the minute starting at, okay, I think we read this before though. The minute starting at 136:17 through 27:05 document discussions regarding the status of an ongoing investigation. This information is exempt from disclosure and therefore shall be redacted, but they haven't dropped the rest of it. They haven't dropped the rest of it. And just like this one, this defendant's reply to alternate perpetrators, that's not on here either. See? These are all sealing documents. So while they're saying that they're going to be redacted, they haven't released them yet. So maybe we are going to get some information, but it's not going to have anything in there to let us know who's actually being discussed. And you know what I feel is going to happen? This is what I mentioned before. You know how in the documents, they'll have like full-on like sentences redacted, like in the MPD documents, in the ISP documents, there's like a whole sentence. There's like 3 or 4 sentences, not just names. That kind of stuff is like specific details. So if they go in and they do anything similar to that, then it's going to be really difficult to really figure out who these people really are. I know what Steve Goncalves and the Goncalveses have come out and tried to claim, but how do they know that? Like if they haven't been given like any information, weren't allowed any information, I don't understand how they like even know that unless somebody somehow got them the documents. But they have been not truthful pretty much the whole time. So I really can't trust the little tirade rant that Steve went on outside of the courthouse where he kept talking about the veteran and the letter on Facebook about the veteran. I can't really trust all of that anymore. It might be in there. It'd be interesting as shit if it was, because it would explain a lot. But if they go in and they redact stuff that way, it's going to be kind of difficult. Besides just the names, because it's difficult in the records, the reports. And I feel like it's going to be the same. So I don't know. On top of that, it hasn't even been released yet. Hold on. Okay, we have to use the Roku remote on my phone because, you know, the youngest lost it. So he had to come and get it. Okay. Okay, well, then I guess we're still waiting for this one because it's not here. So I'm just going to assume then that there should be more stuff coming out tomorrow, because I'm sure that it would have to be the case. And it's just like the number 9 document that they're not going to give us because it has so much more specific information, I guess. I don't know. This is honestly like really confusing because there's multiple documents about the alternate perpetrator. So what's so much difference? Like what's so much different between all the rest of these and item number 9? Let's go see what number 9 was. I'm going to pull the order back up. The order, okay, so we're not going to be allowed to see the actual order itself from the judge, probably because he ran his mouth and put a bunch of information in there that shouldn't be in there because we know that he does that all the time. But then it shows that like some of these other ones are going to be released, like number 19 right here is going to come out, but it's going to be redacted. And number 19 is down here on this list as the defendant's reply. So we are going to get something, but for some reason they don't want us to see the judge's order itself. That's weird. And they still haven't dropped them. Okay. So then we have motion to amend witness list, order granting defense expert analysis of evidence, state response to defendant's motion for independent analysis of evidence, motion for independent analysis of evidence, state's objection to defendant's offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators. The unsealing of this filing, however, does not extend to the appended table of contents listing the state's exhibits to the filing, nor does it apply to the exhibits themselves, both of which remain sealed. Interesting. So even though this is about the alternate perpetrators that the defense gave over, we're not allowed to see what the state responded with it in a way of exhibits. Isn't that supposed to be like concreting their case? Of course they don't want us to see it. S1 to state's response to defendant's 23rd supplemental request for discovery. The redactions requested by the state will not be made. The state's assigned AV and Bates numbers identifying the location of the discovery is not protected work product as contemplated. Further, the release of the names of law enforcement officers and experts disclosed as testifying witnesses in this case do not implicate privacy concerns sufficient to warrant redaction. Thus, the filing shall be unsealed without redactions. Okay, yeah. And then we have this one, supplemental request for discovery, number 23. Item will be unsealed consistent. Well, whatever they're unsealing, we don't have all of it. I don't understand why they wouldn't just automatically put it all out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How many documents is on the order? Could have sworn it was like 40. There's 43 documents on the order. They're only giving us 13. Yeah. They're only giving us 13. And they're hiding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, well, that's just barely over half. So what are we doing with the rest of them? There's still plenty missing here that they haven't given us any answers for. Okay. That's pretty stupid, honestly. I guess this is the rest of them right here. Based on the party's lack of objection and the fact that none of the factors listed under this rule warrant continued sealing of the material, the court hereby orders the unsealing of the following records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. But they didn't give us that many. They gave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They only gave us 12. So I would definitely expect more documents to come tomorrow. I definitely would. Okay, so before we get on to the new set, we're going to go in and look at the ones that they have unsealed. I'm telling you now, a couple of these, I'm like, why? Why did we even seal it? That's absolutely stupid. Okay, so right here, we have the motion to seal defendant's motion and order for emergency order. This is all this is. Why was this sealed? There's no information in this entire thing. It literally says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's motion and order for emergency order. This motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32I, IC 741241B and C because the motion and order contain confidential information. This was sealed. For what? For what? What was it sealed for? There's nothing special in this. It's 4 sentences, 3 sentences. Why was this sealed? See what I mean already? Why? Why? Okay, this next one is the stipulated motion to the admission of additional exhibits as evidence at trial. This is the stuff that they wanted to submit. They have a list for there's like 2 different lists. This one that's 2 different lists. Is this different or is this the same? They're a little bit different because this one is a little shorter. But this is the one where I was telling you guys that it's mainly like what we got where it showed that there was no connections, that it wasn't Murphy's hair, those things. This is just a bigger explanation of all of that. So we're going to read this whole thing. It's just 13 pages. Make sure this is big enough. Okay. Ooh, there's like a space. Hold on. Okay, that was bothering the crap out of me. Okay. Comes now. Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby submits to the court a stipulation to the defense's admission of 2 additional exhibits described for the record as Exhibit D 1062, FBI Lab Report number 4, and Exhibit D 1063, FBI Lab Report number 12. So we're going to read everything that they tested. January 4th, 2023. Trace hairs and fibers. This document may contain, make it bigger, privileged and or personally identifiable information, including information related to juveniles and other protected individuals. There's no juveniles in this. This is like template right here. So let's not like freak out. And other protected individuals. This document must be afforded the protection required by applicable law, regulation, and policy. If you are not the intended recipient of this document, please destroy it promptly without further retention or dissemination unless otherwise required by law. Okay, now these are the things that were tested. Head hair sample from Ethan. Debris from the right hand of Ethan. Head hair sample from Kaylee. Head hair sample from Xana. Debris from left hand of Xana. Debris from body bag of Xana. Head hair sample from Maddie. Necklace from Ethan. Bracelet from Ethan. Earring from Kaylee. Fake eyelashes from Maddie. Ring from Maddie. Another ring from Maddie. And another ring from Maddie. Hair tie from Maddie. Comforter from 1122 King Road. Shouldn't we be saying whose bedroom this came out of? How it's just comforter is wild. Debris from near northwest bedroom on second floor at 1122. Debris from near northwest bedroom on second floor 1122. Debris from half wall leading to northwest bedroom on second floor. Debris from door of northwest bedroom on second floor. Debris from drying cabinet. Drying cabinet. I honestly don't know what that talks. What? So like their own at work, like the cops' drying cabinet debris, maybe. That's what that kind of seems like. Debris from under computer pad on desk in bedroom of Bryan Kohberger's apartment. Debris from under computer pad on desk in his bedroom. So it's 2. We did see them do like 2 little evidence markers on the big mouse pad thingy that he had. Debris from pillow in bedroom of his apartment. Debris from east wall of shower in bathroom of his apartment. Debris from broom head at his apartment. Left sock from Ethan, right sock from Ethan, left hand bag from Ethan, shirt from Kaylee, left sock from Kaylee, left hand bag from Kaylee, which is not like a purse, obviously, but like the bag they put over their hands as they move the bodies out of the house. Underwear from Xana, left hand bag from Xana, right hand bag from Xana, left foot bag from Xana. Remember they said that they like made sure they bagged her foot? Just the one foot. I found that kind of odd. I don't know. I want to know why. I'm really super curious as to why. Shirt from Maddie, left hand bag from Maddie, right hand bag from Maddie, dog hair sample from Murphy, head hair sample from Bryan, arm hair sample from Bryan, blanket from 1122 King Road. Again, no clarification, classification, verification, validation about whose room, who's this belonged to, what color it was, what was it. I don't understand that. Original packaging from item 20, comforter. I'm going to assume this is probably at his house because we saw empty containers for comforters and stuff. So that's what I'm going to assume. Filter from dryer 2. They had a washer and dryer at 1122 King. So I'm sure that's what that was. Catch paper from dryer 2 and security tag from dryer 2. What the frick frack is a catch paper? So I don't know what it is. But according to Urban Dictionary, when two people have a disagreement or verbal altercation, usually over money or a female, in which results in the two having to throw hands, formerly known as catching paper. So that's just, interesting, to see that as like the first thing. I don't know what freaking catch paper is. Anybody know what catch paper is? I'm gonna look over here for a second. Anybody have a clue what catch paper is? I don't know what it is. And the security tag from a dryer. Does that mean that something was like stolen? And then they like tried to wash it? Like, what does that mean? I wish they were more specific. This is the filter right here. It's not the filter. See, that's kind of like the only thing I thought of too, but that's weird if it's in there. Right? Like dryer sheets, that would make more sense. You didn't get a notification. That's not surprising. It's been up for like a while. I put it up kind of early. Yeah, the security tag's interesting. Well, it's a dryer sheet, yeah. So it's literally like a happenstance situation. Catch paper from a dryer refers to a piece of paper that has accidentally fallen into the dryer's lint trap or vent and is now blocking airflow, which can cause the dryer to overheat. That's interesting. Interesting. Okay. The security tag is really interesting too. I wish that there was like more clarification on that one. Right hand bag from Ethan, pants from Kaylee, right hand bag from Kaylee, sweatshirt from Xana, pants from Maddie, filter from dryer 1, catch paper from dryer 1, and security tag from dryer 1. See, and I'm just like, I'm assuming that it's not anything that maybe we think. Maybe it's something that they use. Because now they're saying catch paper from a drying cabinet, and that wouldn't work for what we just saw. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they're using some sort of like paper or some sort of covering so that maybe like debris will settle on the paper so that it doesn't get like wiped off or lost, and then they can take that paper and go and test it. That sounds like that's what that is. Catch paper in forensics. It instantly goes to packaging and drying wet evidence. Interesting. Yeah. Who knows what was wet whenever they tested it? Unless they were like, for some reason, trying to clean the sheets and stuff so that they could like separate things. I really don't know how all that stuff works on that end with that kind of stuff. Then we have the vacuum container from Bryan's apartment. The results of the trace evidence examinations, hair and fiber, are included in this report. Methods. Microscopic examination of hairs is accomplished by using stereo microscopy and comparison microscopy. The presence or absence, appearance, arrangement, and distribution of the characteristics within the cuticle, cortex, or medulla of the hairs are examined and may be compared during a hair examination. Here's the results. Items submitted from Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie, and from 1122 King Road, were examined for hairs microscopically consistent with hairs on the head hair sample from Bryan Christopher Kohberger. None were found. Items submitted from his apartment were examined for hairs microscopically consistent with the hairs in the head hair samples from Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie, and none were found. animal hairs consistent with dog hairs found in item 61 or microscopically dissimilar to hairs in the dog hair sample from Murphy. Accordingly, Murphy cannot be included as a possible source of these hairs. An animal hair consistent with cat hair found in item 26 is of limited value for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes and has been preserved for possible future comparisons. Was that at his house, number 26? So he was around somebody that had a cat. That's how it sounds, is that he was around somebody with a cat. Additional debris collected from items 3, 12, 13, 15, 20, 30 through 43, and 47 through 61 have been preserved for possible future comparisons. The specimens were examined using stereo microscopy and comparison microscopy where appropriate. And then it just goes into talking about like different races and stuff and how they can tell like the differences. Here's the link to this document. But there's another list we're going to go through. So we have another report. And I really don't know like what they did to like redact anything. I guess like just the whole document in general, but I don't know why they felt the need to like throw this across it right here. Okay, so now we have, this is dated January 4th and then February 8th. This is the exact same paragraph verbiage from the other one. This is a head hair sample from Ethan, a head hair sample from Kaylee, from Xana, and from Maddie, a dog hair sample from Murphy, headrest from seat in the compartment A of his car, debris from behind fall-down armrest in his car, vacuum sweepings from floor in compartment A of his car, vacuum sweepings from seat in compartment A, vacuum sweepings from seat in compartment B. I'm guessing this is like driver seat, passenger seat, and then I'm guessing like the back seat, left and right. And then, well, what the frick is compartment E? Like the trunk, maybe? Pants from laundry basket on TV stand in room K at his parents' house. What the frick you mean room K? That's so far down the alphabet. How many rooms is in that house? Or maybe they're just like going in like some sort of order and just putting letters behind stuff anyway, because that's a wild start for right there. Okay, shirt from laundry basket on TV stand in room K. I wonder if this is his room. Shirt from laundry basket on TV stand in room K. Sweatshirt from laundry basket on TV stand in room K, and jacket from laundry basket on TV stand in room K. Same sentence about how they did it. Items submitted from the 2015 Hyundai Elantra and from 119 Lambsden Drive were examined for hairs microscopically consistent with hairs on the head hair samples from Ethan, Kaylee. Oh my freaking Jeebus. Really? So we can't even spell her name right in an FBI report? Jesus Christ. And Maddie. However, none were found. Animal hairs consistent with dog hairs found in or on items 67, 70, 71, 74, and 76 through 80 are microscopically dissimilar to hairs in the dog hair sample from Murphy, which is item 44. Accordingly, based on the item number 44 hair sample, Murphy cannot be included as a possible source of these hairs. Additional debris from 65, 67 through 80 have been preserved for possible future comparison. And then it just says again, like how they were examined. And I think that's actually it when it comes to the specifics. This is just talking about like sources, different characteristics that they look for. This report conforms to the Department of Justice uniform language for testimony and reports. This report contains the opinions and interpretations of the issuing examiners and is supported by records retained in the FBI laboratory files. And yeah, like I said, it just basically concretes everything that we already knew. Okay. Is that the stipulated motion? Okay, so now we're going to move up to here. Okay. Now this is where all of that gets denied. Literally, it gets denied. I don't understand why he's got to do this all the time, but it's conditionally denied. This was again for trial. So obviously it doesn't even matter what he said anymore because the stuff's coming out and we just read it all anyway. But this was denied to be presented at trial. The fact that like there was nothing found on anything. Think about that. That's insane. Why? Why you gotta act like that, Hippler? The court having before it the stipulated motion to the admission of additional exhibits as evidence at trial and good cause appearing now therefore. It is hereby ordered the defense shall be allowed to admit 2 additional exhibits as evidence at trial. The exhibits are described as this, but listen to this. Denied. Like it's written out, but then he denies it in his own handwriting and says, evidence will not be admitted until offered with the appropriate witnesses at trial, as was explained at the pretrial conference. So he's got verbiage saying, sure, you can go ahead and do this with these reports. But then he's like, nah, never mind. This is like the most contradictory thing I think I've seen in a while. Why didn't you just automatically like deny the whole thing instead of making this confusing? Because he even crossed it out up here, conditionally denying, and this went no further. This went absolutely no further. This was right before everything. Look, it was signed on 6/9/2025. And what do you mean by appropriate witnesses? The FBI scientists that were already going to be at trial? Like this whole thing right here is just like a wild denial. Like, what do you mean? Okay, so now we have the motion to seal defendant's motion for access and objection to court's order. And again, why was this sealed? Comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's motion for access and their objection to the court's order. This motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32I and all the things we've already read before. Why was this sealed? You know how many of these that we have read? Why are we sealing stuff like this? It's so stupid. So now we have the defendant's notice to file a filing amended exhibit chart. I didn't read this one, so I don't know what's on this list. Okay. Defendant's notice of filing amended exhibit chart. Comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby submits to the court his amended exhibit chart. The defense will provide electronic copies via Dropbox and hand deliver a USB thumb drive to the Latah County prosecutor and the court on June 18, 2025, containing their amended exhibit chart and additional exhibits. The amended exhibit chart contains the addition of defense exhibits D1062 through D1085. The defense is making the following amendments to exhibits. D204, adjusting exhibit number format so it is on one line instead of 2. 447, removing pages Bates stamped 014717 through 014720 as they relate to Officer Nunez and not Detective Payne. Why are we doing this? We are not able to put an exhibit sticker on this document. This exhibit is Bates stamped. Number 448. 856, providing a redacted copy. 946, correcting the exhibit number on the exhibit sticker. And 1021, added an exhibit sticker. I want to know what this is about. This whole thing sounds like it's a bunch of just organizational stuff, but I want to know what this is. Because this is like 3 things. Well, I guess technically like 4, right? Because it'd be number 17, number 18, number 19, and number 20. So it would technically be 4 things. I want to know what that is. I want to know what that is. Okay. Order sealing defendant's motion for access and objection to court's order. Again, why are we sealing this? Why are we sealing this? The court having before it the motion to seal defendant's motion for access and objection to the court's order. It is hereby ordered the defendant's motion for access and their objection to the court's order shall be filed under seal. Why are we sealing this in the first place? Does this not seem like a complete waste of time? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Okay. When it comes to these right here, I have one of them already like open, and I've highlighted the stuff that like is case specific. This is the one that I was telling you is like the majority of the experts' information. So I'm going to show you the other documents, and then I'll show you that one right here. So we have, this is the first one. This just gives us the guy's name. In light of the reasons set forth in the motion to amend witness list and supplemental expert disclosures filed on June 12, 2025, the state may call Christian Westring, PhD, as an expert witness in forensic biology, including DNA analysis, to testify about findings related to DNA found with fingernail clippings from Maddie Mogen. Dr. Westring's anticipated testimony is detailed in this affidavit attached here 2 as Exhibit S-1A, and his testimony will also cover his curriculum vitae attached here 2 as Exhibit S1. I'm not reading all of that stuff. It says down here, Dr. Westring's affidavit was provided as an attachment to notice of filing, supplemental affidavit in support of state's response to defendant's motion in limine number 5 regarding inclusive data filed April 7th, 2025. Let's see what Google says about this dude real quick. Purdue University. Coupling forensic casework with continuing education. This is him right here. This dude. Oh, 921. My freaking numbers, bro. Can we not? Can we not? Okay. Yeah, this is him. I've never seen this guy before. He sort of looks like Chief Fry. Just a whittle. Okay. Let's go back to, I'll pop this one up so I can get these closed. Okay. So then we have, is this the one right here? Okay. So this is the document that I already had up. This is, I just opened it to show you guys. This is the one that I already had up because there's a lot. I'll go ahead and put this in the link too, so you guys can read that one. So the majority of this is his background, his professional qualifications. This is everything that he's done, cases that he's worked in, places that he's, done things for. Then he gives a background into the way that this stuff works, okay? And it goes on for a while. It goes on for a super, super long time. There's footnotes. He's referencing different articles, different scientific things, okay? It goes on for like a while, which I expected to see stuff like this because Judge Hippler said, when you're turning stuff in, I expect for you to have everything that you plan to talk about at trial in everything that you like submit. And if you're going to give us a lesson on something, then I want to see that lesson in everything that you have turned in prior to trial. So all of this being extremely detailed makes a bunch of sense. It makes a bunch of sense. This right here is just a blank example of something that he's trying to show and has literally nothing at all to do with the case itself. This is all just talking about the systems that were used, okay? Now remember, I'm going to talk while I'm scrolling to get to that point. Remember what we were told about this very specific incident, about this very specific thing, that the state included this at the grand jury to do Kohberger a favor. That was Thompson's response, that, hey, it says it's inconclusive for the defendant, therefore, we're going to do him a solid and we're going to go ahead and submit this at the grand jury because it shows his DNA wasn't there, right? So then it was a huge argument about what inconclusive means. And we went through a lot of information when it came to ISP. And what it basically looked like from all of the documents was that they created their own way to measure things based on the equipment that they had that is not technically the standard, but is their standard, is how it was interpreted. They had a standard that wasn't the technical standard, and it was created by them for how they do things. This guy basically goes in and just validates that the way that it was tested works just fine. It fits the standards that he would expect there to be, and also validates that Kohberger cannot be included in this. He says that several times in here, and he's gone through and looked at it all himself. So that's important too. See, it goes on for forever. Okay. Right here is where it sort of starts, but then there's still like a bunch of just like teachy type stuff. It just says the following describes my review of the DNA testing in the matter of Idaho v. Bryan C. Kohberger. As part of my analysis, I have been provided materials from the Latah District Attorney's Office relevant to this matter for my review. This just says what he's been asked to look at. And it's all about inconclusivity. How does the testing look from ISP? Double check their work is basically the whole point. Again, this part's not important. It's just a bunch of like, if you were in a college reading a book, this is what you would be reading stuff up on. Right here is one of the conclusions. In toto, it is ultimately up to the ISP laboratory management to decide on the appropriate policies and procedures as defined in their quality management system. Again, ISP dependent, not across the board, only for ISP, to determine how each technology will be employed by the laboratory. The decision to employ a buffer zone above and below of LR of 1 is not uncommon. So this is basically, again, him claiming that he agrees with the way that they did all of their testing. Because remember, they ended up using the same software that the defense team ended up having, the big team that they hired to prove that it was actually excluded. They used the exact same systems to like make sure that the testing was accurate. So this is, again, just him like double verifying. Yeah, it was done to standard. It was done to guideline. There's nothing wrong with the way that ISP did anything. Their results are fine. Their results are valid. And again, this is just like more, you know, teachy type stuff. Teachy type stuff. I'm looking for the other parts that I highlighted. And again, this is a 25-page document, so that's why I'm not reading all this teachy type stuff. Okay, right here. Okay. And this is talking about like different factors for things when it comes to the testing. These factors and potentially others, either individually or collectively, may account for different opinions regarding number 1, the potential numbers of contributors to the mixture observed from item 13.1, which is the fingernail clippings from her left hand. That's what 13.1 is. Number 2, reporting the mathematical weight of the evidence expressed as a likelihood ratio by calculated by both the ISP lab and cybergenetics, respectively. Reporting the LR as 0.0469 by ISP as inconclusive falls within their validated inconclusive range of 0.1 and 100 for fusion data and is in accordance with ISP lab protocols. Ultimately, both results, when considering the guidance from SWGDAM for reporting likelihood ratios, provide support for the proposition that Bryan Kohberger is not a contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from 13.1. Albeit, I actually, you know what? I always have issues like saying this word, so I'm just not going to say it. But with different mathematical weights. Okay. Now, this is, I'm not really quite sure what exactly this is when it comes to like the way that they're labeling things. Obviously, this right here is their control that they're comparing everything to. Analytical threshold validation conducted from Idaho State Lab. Yeah, see, I don't know what any of this stuff up here is. In order to conduct an independent analysis of the results obtained by the ISP lab for item 13.1, color-specific analytical thresholds were determined and validated based on the data provided by the ISP lab and reported in Figure 4 below. These thresholds are suitable for the interpretation of the raw electronic data provided in this case. Okay, so these are the numbers that they use, but I don't know what these labels right here are. Summary of results for minimum threshold data from ISP lab data from negative control and Regent blank control samples provided for review. Okay, so then these are just like not even actually related. It's more like it's more just like an example. Okay. My findings are based upon my analysis and interpretation of the ISP laboratory DNA test results employing the Pro Mega PowerPlex Fusion System, employing the OSIRIS analysis software 4. Item 13.1, sample from body of Madison Mogen, again, the left-hand fingernail clippings. Item 11, reference sample from Madison Mogen. Item 14, reference sample from Kaylee, and item 108, reference sample from Bryan Kohberger, are described below. Additional items were tested by the ISP lab, but not reviewed or discussed herein. The ISP lab's DNA quantitation results for the DNA extract generated from 13.1 were reviewed and analyzed to assess the total yield of human and male DNA. There's approximately 1.3% male DNA in the fingernail clippings. And it goes on to further explain there's not enough to tell basically who the male is, but they have been able to exclude Kohberger from it. So there's really just no telling, but it doesn't really seem to be enough to really matter, because if they were fighting somebody off, there would be like hella DNA under the fingernails. So some little bitty percentage, I agree, look at it, make sure that you can like figure out who it's from. But considering where they were at the bar, talking to all these people, grabbing drinks, touching people to say hi, giving people hugs, then they go to the grub truck. There's no telling how many people touched the things that they were touching while they were there. You know what I mean? On top of like the food and on top of everything else. So even though they can tell that there is a percentage of that DNA that belongs to Kaylee, there's nothing in the sample that belongs to Kohberger. And again, this is something that we've already been told. 83%-ish is Maddie's own DNA. Of course it would be. 12-ish% is Kaylee's. Then we have 5% that is unknown male contributors. Unknown male, this result was consistent with the information gained from the DNA quantitation for all of this stuff. 1% of the DNA sample is male origin. Again, not really enough for much of anything, but it's definitely not Kohberger's DNA. It can't be determined. There's not enough. But they do know it doesn't match the one that they do have. It's not enough for them to work on. So it doesn't seem like it would be even enough for them to go in and maybe do some sort of like genealogy stuff with. The way that they're sort of like laying it out, it's like it really is just like too degraded. Not enough to do anything with. This is a chart of the DNA from 13.1. It's so freaking tiny. It's for gender determination. And then we have, okay, so this like shows it too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 2 right here that don't have any numbers on them. This is a DNA results at locus. So 13 and 17 are not alleles? Well, that's wild. Under the assumption of allele sharing based on relative peak heights at positions 11, 14, and 18 between Maddie and Kaylee, alleles 12, 15, and 16 provide support for proposition that this is a mixture of at least 4 contributors. Consideration for allele 15 at not being N+4 stutters was based on the lack of forward stutter for the 18 allele. Based on the peak heights observed, these peak heights are consistent with minor contributors, like not enough to matter. It could, but not enough for them to be able to do anything with. Based on the interpretation of the mixed DNA profile observed from 13.1, including the results observed at locus D18S51 and others, Bryan Kohberger was excluded as a potential contributor to the mixed DNA profile. These results are consistent with the findings reported by Cybergenetics Group I'm pretty sure this is a typo, that G is not supposed to be there. When employing True Allele software, as part of my analysis, I employed the LR Mix Studio software for calculating likelihood ratios. A match between item 13.1, body sample of Maddie Mogen and Bryan Kohberger, is 5,000 times less probable than a coincidental match of an unrelated African-American person, 68,000 times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Caucasian person, and 101,000 times less probable than a coincidental match of an unrelated Hispanic person. Meaning, all of these things are more probable than it being Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Is how that actually goes down. And then it basically just says that he agrees with the assessment. My problem with this is, why did they decide to play games? The defense team had to spend all kinds of extra money to have Bryan Kohberger's DNA deemed excluded by separate scientists when the state did the same thing themselves and had the exclusion. So why did they make the defense have to go an extra step when they already had somebody who could have done the exact same thing? Instead of wasting all that time, wasting all that money, why didn't they just be like, yeah, originally it was inconclusive, but then we ourselves went further and here you go. Only one test needs to be done. We don't need to waste anything else. This is an independent study, and it matches the fact that it goes further to even say that it's not just inconsistent, it excludes him completely. Why are we playing all these stupid games? They played around with that inconclusive word to make you believe that there was a possibility that it might be, while their own big experts were like, nah, it ain't there. See how stupid this is? All they're doing is showing their asses with all of this documentation. That's all they're doing. All they're doing. Okay. This right here is just like who he is, what he does, more information, basically like a resume for expert witnesses. That's all that this is. It doesn't have anything to do with the case. So then we have the state's motion to seal ex parte filings regarding out-of-state witnesses. I don't think I looked at this one. Come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74124, an order sealing the following ex parte filings. Motion for issuance of a certificate of endorsement. What is that for? Affidavit of William Thompson and the certificate of endorsement regarding the Uniform Act to secure attendance of witnesses in criminal cases. Well, if they're not going to tell us the people's names, then why can't we see this stuff? AALC, BM, and DS. Who are these people? Anybody recognize these initials? These are state witnesses. Anybody recognize AA, LC, BM, or DS? They don't sound familiar to me. I'd have to go back to, let me see the Commonwealth thing. I don't know if the initials are there. I know there was a lot of stuff that was on the Washington website. Okay, so we have we have Sanders. What's Sanders' first name? Maggie. So she's not DS. See, I'm looking here on the Pennsylvania site. What are the other initials? Anybody know? Oh, maybe, bro. I guess that's possible. But isn't he in Idaho? Because these are out of state. Let's see. What's Ackerman's first name? Allison Ackerman. That would be this one right here. Pennsylvania. Allison Ackerman. Okay, that's this one right here. Then we have LC. Courtright, maybe? So this person's first name. Lynn Courtright. This is LC right here. And then we have BM. It would be out of state, so I don't think it's Dylan's dad. I'm pretty sure don't they still live in Idaho? I've only heard that like Bethany moved out of Idaho. Like she went back to Nevada. I don't know if Dylan moved out of Idaho or not, honestly. I don't really like keep tabs on her like that because I don't like her. Let's see who's BM. Is there an M last name? There's not an M last name. And then DS. Sanders doesn't have a D for the first name. What was Sanders again? I think that was an M name. Maggie. Maggie was the S name here. So we know at least two of them. It's like Brent or some shit like that. Brad or Brent. One of them. One of them. Boise Bella is looking for Dylan. Yeah, no shit. So pathetic. All the lies. Like you lied to the police officer the second that they got there and started talking to you. It's amazing how much lying and just being a dishonest piece of shit, how far it'll get you in this life. Yeah, I just refuse. I just freaking refuse. I'll be broke. I don't give a damn. I'm over it. But at least we know those two. I don't know who the other ones are. Maybe they were from Washington. That's possible. Okay, and then we have, okay, here's the last one that we have until we go over. No, we don't. We've got this one right here. Okay, this is the guilty plea advisory. And again, this is not like write it down what you did, bro. None of that stuff. I mean, unless there's something that we don't see, I don't know. But this is, again, just a bunch of boxes, a bunch of nothing, honestly. A bunch of freaking nothing. A bunch of nothing. But we're going to read it anyway. We're going to read it anyway. So here he has, this is all, I guess it's like required that the defendant writes it, I'm assuming. Because it's not like typed out or anything like that. So we're going to see what this has to say. I've only like skimmed through it. Okay. So there's his name, the date that he wrote it, the age that he was at the time that he wrote it, signature, date of birth, constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything about the crimes you were accused of committing, which is such shit right there. If the defendant is the one that asks for the plea, then the requirement should be to spill the freaking beans, bro. That should always be a requirement. I don't give a shit. The rules need to change. The rules need to change. If you elect to have a trial, the state may not call you as a witness or ask you any questions. If you decide to testify, the state will be permitted to ask you questions, and anything you say can be used as evidence against you in court. I understand that by pleading guilty, I am waiving my right to remain silent as to the elements of the crime to which I am entering a plea. And he signed it. The waiver of your right to remain silent applies to your plea of guilty to the crimes in this case. Unless otherwise stated in your plea agreement, even after pleading guilty, you still have the right to refuse to answer any questions or to provide any information that might tend to show you committed some other crimes. Unless otherwise stated in your plea agreement, you can also refuse to answer or provide any information that might tend to increase the punishment for the crimes to which you are pleading guilty. And then he signs it. And then this is interesting because he like crossed it out and then NA'd it and then like had to fix it. I understand that as a term of my plea agreement, I have waived my right to remain silent with respect to any other crimes and with respect to answering questions or providing information that may increase my sentence. He originally crossed that one out. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. If you want an attorney and cannot pay for one, you can ask the judge for an attorney. You may be required to reimburse the county for the cost of this representation. You are presumed to be innocent. You will be found guilty if 1, you plead guilty in front of the judge, or 2, you are found guilty at a jury trial. I understand that by pleading guilty, I am waiving my right to be presumed innocent. And he puts his initials. You have the right to a speedy and public jury trial before 12 persons. A jury trial is a court hearing to determine whether you are guilty or not guilty of the charges brought against you. In a jury trial, you have the right to present evidence in your defense and to testify in your own defense. You are not required to do so. However, the state must convince all of the jurors of your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand that by pleading guilty, I am waiving my right to a speedy and public jury trial. Well, he waived his right to a speedy trial like 2.5 years ago. You have the right to question, confront the witnesses testifying against you. This occurs during a jury trial. At trial, the state must prove its case by calling witnesses to testify under oath in front of you, the jury, and your attorney. Your attorney could then cross-examine, question each witness. You could also call witnesses of your choosing to testify on your behalf. If you do not have the funds to bring those witnesses to court, the state will pay the cost of bringing your witnesses to court and will compel their attendance by the use of the subpoena power of the court. I understand that by pleading guilty, I am waiving my right to question or confront the witnesses against me and to present witnesses and evidence in my defense. Well, he didn't honestly need to because the state didn't have any damn answers, which is the most mind-blowing thing of everything. Because if they would have come out and been like, yep, this is what we had here, and yep, this is what we had here, and yep, this is what we had here, today would be a different story. Today would be a different vibe. But they didn't. They came out with, nah, we couldn't find a connection. Nah, he's not Papa Rogers. Nah, we couldn't find anything. No, we have no answers for that. Yeah, we can't answer that either. We have no idea. That's the most disturbing part of this entire thing. Regardless, that is disturbing that they literally cannot even pinpoint one thing besides a movable object that they have been lying to us about from day one. Literally, day one. That's the facts. Regardless of how you feel of his innocence or guilt, if he did it or didn't. Those are the facts. And that's some shady ass shit. The state has the burden of proving you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand that by pleading guilty, I am waiving my right to require the state to prove my guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Questions regarding ability to enter the plea. Okay. Let's read this whole thing now. Please answer every question. If you do not understand a question, consult your attorney before answering. Okay. Let's see what he has to say. First comment I see looking over. No shit. I mean, seriously. They had nothing. And they were going to pay. Probably pay. I can't say pay for sure. But all I know is that Brett Payne was not working for the freaking police department and he was going to be deputized in at the trial. And that was the one that they said, find the lie you can sleep with at night and feed it to the person that you want to throw to the wolves. And Payne was the one that they chose for a reason. And then gave him a cushy position at the university, knowing probably that all of the bullshit is a lot his fault. Because there's some reason why Brett Payne is the person that they're claiming found the knife sheath, but the timeline is a freaking lie. And they suddenly made this dude like lead for what? Amateur as shit with no experience? No, the whole thing is just insane. Do you read and write the English language? Yes. If not, have you been provided with an interpreter? Not applicable. Do you want an interpreter? Not applicable, but he still says no. What is your true and legal name? Bryan C. Kohberger. What was your highest grade of school you completed? Master's level. If you did not complete high school, have you received, okay, well, that one's not even answered. Are you currently under the care of a mental health professional? No. Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental health disorder? Yes. If so, what was the diagnosis and when was it made? He has February 2025, but he had all of these things like a long time ago. So I think they're going off of the diagnosis paperwork for here, but they talked about this stuff as like a child in the documents. So it says level 1 autism, OCD, ADHD, and ARFID. I don't know what that means. What is what? What is what? ARFID? I don't know what the frick that is. Oh. Okay. So not just vegan, but also claiming to have, and I can't say this word on YouTube because of Eugenia Clooney or whatever her name is. She made it to where it's impossible to say this word. No one can say that word on YouTube anymore. No one can really even use the initials of it anymore. I've watched videos on her for like a decade now, and there's all kinds of stuff that's come out because of that girl's channel and everything that she posts. So I can't even say that word here on YouTube because it will flag the crap out of this video. Wild as shit, right? Yeah. So apparently he's got this avoidant restrictive food intake and then the D word that I can't freaking say. OCD, we see that with his like germaphobe issue. Level 1 autism. So let's see what the definition for that is. Understanding autism level 1 from Ascend Autism Group. Well, this is for parents, but we're going to read it anyway. If your child exhibits a high level of focus and intelligence, but struggles with conversation and social cues, they might have autism level 1, a mild form. This condition is part of the spectrum known as autism spectrum disorder, encompassing various challenges in social skills, repetitive behavior, speech, and nonverbal communication. The American Psychiatric Association categorizes ASD into 3 levels of severity, with level 1 being the mildest. Autism affects I don't care about none of that. What is autism level 1? Level 1 is the mildest form of ASD, but children in this category will require support. Generally, children at this level have more mild symptoms, but still have a hard time. Well, I mean, I understand that this is like a children's thing, but let me see the adult one. Here we go. I knew it. That's the word I originally used for him, was Asperger's. That's the word I originally used, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, level 1 autism, previously known as Asperger syndrome, is characterized by mild to moderate challenges in social communication and restricted interest, yet individuals often have average or above average intelligence. Characteristics of level 1 autism. Make this a little bit bigger. I didn't click that. Okay. Social communication challenges. Adults with level 1 autism may struggle to understand social cues, like when it's time to stop the conversation so the person can continue on with their day, maintain eye contact, and engage in typical conversational exchanges. They might find it difficult to initiate conversations or to interpret non-verbal signals, leading to social awkwardness. Restricted interest and repetitive behaviors. Individuals may have intense focus on specific hobbies or interests, sometimes to the exclusion of other activities. They may also exhibit repetitive behaviors or routines that provide comfort, but can be disruptive in social settings. I wonder if this repetitive behavior thing in his autism is the reason why his OCD issue when it comes to his hands is like heightened. I'm telling you, to the point to where he is putting himself through pain. Look how red his hands were in that video and everything that we've been hearing. He's putting himself through physical pain in order to relieve his OCD and make his brain think that he's not dirty anymore. He'd rather feel the firing burn of his hands than not wash his hands for something that's just up here. I wonder if this makes it worse. Sensory sensitivities. Many adults with level 1 autism experience heightened sensitivity to sensory stimuli, such as loud noises, bright lights, or certain textures, which can lead to discomfort in various environments. Executive functioning difficulties. Challenges with planning, organization, and managing daily tasks are common. Late to class a lot. Because it wasn't just the dudes. I mean, it wasn't just the chicks. It was any class that he freaking had to go to, basically, because he wanted coffee and he'd be late. This can affect their ability to adapt to changes in routine or unexpected situations. Emotional regulation issues. Adults may struggle with managing their emotions, leading to anxiety or meltdowns in stressful situations. They might have developed coping mechanisms that can mask their symptoms, but may still experience significant internal challenges. Level 1 autism in adults presents unique challenges and strengths. By understanding these characteristics and seeking appropriate support, individuals can navigate their daily lives more effectively and improve their social interactions. Awareness and education about level 1 autism are essential for fostering acceptance and providing the necessary resources to those affected. Okay. Now here is where we see the medication that we saw. I wonder what this dose means. Can I not like check that? Okay. Levothyroxine. I wonder if it says like how bad it is. Okay, so this microgram dose is a medication primarily used to treat hypothyroidism, a condition where the thyroid gland does not produce enough thyroid hormone. It can also be used to treat goiter, enlarged thyroid gland, and certain types of thyroid cancer. The typical initial dosage for adults is around 1.6 micrograms per kilogram of body weight, but this may vary based on individual health conditions and should be adjusted by a healthcare provider. Common side effects may include weight change, hair loss, and increased appetite, but it is important to consult a healthcare professional for personalized advice and monitoring. I wonder if his thyroid issue was the reason why he decided to like go vegetarian vegan, because he'd eat regular food and gain a lot of weight. I don't know. But I wonder how long he's been on that. Probably for like a while. If you answered yes, have you taken your prescription medication during the last 24 hours? Yes. In the last 48 hours, have you taken any medication or drugs included over the counter, or have you consumed any alcoholic beverages which you believe affects your ability? No. Are you under the influence? No. Are you capable of understanding? Yes. Do you claim that you are mentally incapable? Why would they ask that question? I mean, I guess they have to, but the rest of the stuff up here kind of like tells you that, yeah, that he understands. Do you claim that you are mentally incapable of understanding? No. Is there anything going on in your life that affects your ability to enter a voluntary guilty plea? No. Are you having any difficulty in understanding what you are doing by filling out this form? No. Is there any other reason that you cannot make a reasoned and informed decision in the case? No. And then it says, is your guilty plea the result of a plea agreement? Yes. Well, what? Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? If so, what are the terms of the plea agreement? And then it says, see attached. Does it have anything? Attached. Post plea rights. I don't think that's the thing they were talking about. If a written plea agreement was done, have you read the plea agreement? Yes. Do you understand your plea agreement? Yes. There are two types of plea agreements. Please initial the one paragraph below, which describes the type of plea agreement. Oh, this is interesting right here is where it's important. This right here is where I think it's important. Okay. There are two types of plea agreements. Please initial the one paragraph below, which describes the type of plea agreement. This is the one that he signed. I understand that my plea agreement is a non-binding plea agreement. This means that the court is not bound by the agreement or any sentencing recommendations and may impose any sentence authorized by law up to the maximum sentence. The court is not bound by the agreement. If the district court chooses not to follow the agreement, I will not have the right to withdraw my guilty plea. I understand I do not have the right to withdraw my guilty plea if the court chooses not to follow the agreement. This is like where I need to like see what the difference is here besides like just the judge can do whatever he wants to. Because it says like non-binding. Is that like non-binding to him or just the court? I understand that my plea agreement is a binding plea agreement. This means that I will not be allowed to withdraw my plea of guilty and proceed to a jury trial. He didn't sign that one. He didn't sign this one. The one that says, I will not be allowed to withdraw my plea of guilty and proceed to a jury trial is not signed. It's just the non-binding one that was signed. It's this sentence right here that has like got me questioning if this is where they left it open. I need a lawyer to tell me what this means. I need a lawyer to tell me what this means, but I feel like this is it. I feel like this is like the little Easter egg that left this open. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and put it on Twitter and see if anybody can like make this make some more sense, because I think this is where it shows that he left it open. I know that in court, the judge was like, this doesn't mean that you don't have like the right to completely not like do anything. He basically gave him like a stipulation for what he sort of could do and like the amount of days that he had to do it. But this is interesting. Like, again, I'm not a law person. My degree is freaking over a decade old, halfway done, and about science. So when it comes to this stuff, I don't know. But I'm telling you, this whole thing about being not bound, non-binding, and then down here, not being signed is the I won't be allowed to withdraw and proceed to a jury trial. That's left blank. So I bet you that's where it's open. We're going to move on, but I bet you that's where it's open. I'm going to post that on Twitter and see what people say. But I don't want just like anybody. I need a lawyer to explain that part. Has your attorney or anyone else forced or coerced you in any way to accepting the plea? No. Have any other promises been made to you that have influenced your decision to plead guilty? No. Has anyone told you what your sentence will be? Yes. If so, what have you been promised? 4 fixed life sentences, consecutive and without the potential for parole, as well as 10 years for the burglary thing. Appellate rights. This part right here is where I get a little bit confused. Because right here it says, what rulings have you reserved the right to appeal? And it just says none. So that's a little bit confusing. Is this a conditional guilty plea in which you are reserving your right to appeal any specified adverse ruling? No. See, that's why I need a lawyer to tell me what this is. If this is not a conditional guilty plea, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are waiving your right to appeal any ruling made by the judge prior to entering your guilty plea? Yes. Have you waived your right to appeal your sentence as part of your plea agreement? Yes. Under what condition can you appeal your sentence? And he left it blank. See, these are the parts I need a lawyer to tell me about. Okay, potential sentence. I am charged with the crimes of count 1 and then count 2, 10 years and then fixed life, burglary and murder. He has it all written down. If you plead guilty to more than one crime, do you understand that your sentence for each crime could be ordered to be served either concurrently at the same time or consecutively, one after the other? Yes. Do you understand that if you plead guilty and you commit crimes in the future, this conviction could be considered in the future case and could cause more severe penalty in the future case? Yes. Additional consequences of a guilty plea. Are you currently on probation or parole? No. So we can skip that one. Are you aware that if you are not a citizen of the United States, the entry of a plea or making of factual admissions could have consequences of deportation or removal? Yeah, he understands that, but he's a citizen. Does the crime to which you plead guilty require you to register as an SO? No. Are you aware that if you plead guilty, you may be required to pay restitution? Yes. Are you pleading guilty to a crime for which you may be required to pay the costs of prosecution and investigation? No. Interesting. Okay. Have you agreed to pay restitution as a condition of your plea? Yes. Do you understand that you cannot withdraw your guilty plea even if the restitution amount is determined to be higher than you thought it might be or should be? Yes. Is a license suspension required as a result of a guilty plea in this case? No. But you don't need it. You can't drive in prison. Do you understand that if you plead guilty, you will be required to submit a DNA sample and write thumbprint impression to the state? Yes. Just the right one? Don't they take like all of your fingers prints? Why just the right one? Are you pleading guilty to a crime for which the court could impose a civil penalty for a crime of violence up to $5,000 payable to the victim of the crime? Yes. Those are the different, I guess a week or so, maybe not even a week ago, they have like restitution documents that were posted to the site, and we went through how much everybody was getting. It sounds like the Kernodles and the Goncalveses and the Chapins are getting $5,000 because they're a married couple, but Jeff and Kara and Karen and Ben are each getting $2,500 according to the paperwork that we read. Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to vote in Idaho during the period of your sentence? Yes. I bet you that's why he voted in November of 2024. Remember, I showed y'all that website where the address was changed and the P.O. box was Ann Taylor's P.O. box. The voting history showed that he voted in November of 2024 because he hadn't been convicted. So he didn't technically have a felony that could prevent him from voting. So they allowed him to vote. Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to hold public office in Idaho during the period of your sentence? Can you imagine somebody... Can you imagine somebody being in prison and being able to like put a campaign out there to run for office somehow? That'd be wild as shit. Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to perform jury service in Idaho during the period of your sentence? Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony or to a misdemeanor crime of DV, you will lose your right to purchase, possess, or carry firearms? Yes. Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you run the risk that if you have any new felony charges in the future, you could be charged as a persistent violator? Yes. Relationship with your attorney. Have you had sufficient time to discuss your case with your attorney? Yes. Have you had adequate time to fill out this form? Yes. Have you had adequate access to your attorney's assistance in filling out this form? Yes. Your attorney can obtain various items from the prosecutor relating to your case. This may include police reports, witness statements, tape recordings, photographs, reports of scientific testing, etc. This is called discovery. Have you had the opportunity to review the discovery provided by your attorney? Is that for this one? Yes. Okay. Do you want your attorney to take any further action in this case? Oh, right there. She ain't gonna file shit. This right here tells me Ann Taylor ain't gonna file anything because he just said no to this question. God, that's confusing from up here. I need a lawyer to look at this because that's what this looks like right here. Right here. No. I wish that they would come out and say something then. Because none of the experts, none of the people working for the defense are coming out and saying anything. And the fact that Cy Ray is being so quiet after being called a conspiracy theorist, I'm not understanding. And the only reason why I thought he could be being really quiet is because they really did feel like something else was going to happen. Like on advice of the defense team, he was told, hey, we're still going to be doing something after this, so just ixnay talking to anybody. But this is interesting right here. Maybe because he's hoping to go a different route. Maybe a different attorney. I mean, I don't know, but this right here is an interesting answer. If you are not a citizen of the United States, have you talked to your attorney about the impact of your guilty plea on deportation? That's irrelevant. Do you understand that no one, including your attorney, can force you to plead guilty in this case? Yes. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation? Yes. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you will waive or give up any defenses, both factual and legal, that you believe you may have in this case? Yes. If your guilty plea is the result of a plea agreement reached through mediation, did you voluntarily enter mediation? No. Interesting. This is telling right here. And honestly, like almost in complete opposition of every yes he gave to the questions about his attorney. Because this says here, did you voluntarily enter mediation? No. Did anyone force you or coerce you to enter the plea agreement in the mediation? No. So you did not voluntarily join your mediation, but no one forced you? That's like the opposite of both things. Like, which one? Were you satisfied with the conduct of the mediation? He doesn't answer. Okay. Entry of plea. Are the answers throughout this form your answers? Yes. Are you entering your plea freely and voluntarily? Yes. Are you admitting to all elements of the crimes to which you are pleading guilty? Yes. Are you pleading guilty because you are entering an offered plea? No. And this is where it like really messed a bunch of stuff up right here. This part. If you are entering an offered plea, do you understand? It doesn't matter because you didn't sign it. Have you had any trouble answering any of the questions in this form which you could not resolve by discussing the issues with your attorney? No. And then he skipped that one for the interpreter. Do you need any additional time before you enter your guilty pleas? No. Do you understand that if the court accepts your guilty pleas, that you may not be able to withdraw your pleas at a later date? Yes. Is there anything else you want to tell the court about why you are pleading guilty? No. Have you discussed the elements of the offenses for which you are charged with your attorney? Yes. I have answered the questions on page 1 through 7 of this guilty plea advisory form truthfully. I understand all of the questions and answers herein. I have had the opportunity to discuss each question and answer with my attorney, and I have completed this form freely and voluntarily with a complete understanding of the charges to which I am pleading guilty and with knowledge of the potential consequences of this plea. And he dated it for 6/20. It's a different date. No, it's not. They're both 6/29. Never mind. I thought it said 6/30 up there. 6/29, and then he signed it. Or is this the other one? Okay, yeah, I skipped a page. Hold on a second. Let me go back up right here. Okay, 6/29/25, signature, printed name. I have reviewed this form with the defendant. I guess that's it right here. Ann Taylor's signature, just a big old, and that's the date. And then we have Eliza Masoth, and then Bicca Barlow also signed it. Okay. So now we have post-plea rights. A pre-sentence investigation will be ordered by the court unless both you and the state waive that report and the court approves that waiver. If waived, you will not be eligible for probation. Well, we already knew that. The court may order evaluations as part of the investigation, and these reports will be used to determine your sentence. Unless you have waived the right to remain silent as part of your plea agreement, you have the right to remain silent during all proceedings and interviews from now until sentencing, which includes the pre-sentence investigation and any court-ordered evaluations. The information in the pre-sentence interview and any evaluations, which will include any statements you make in these processes, will be used by the court in determining your sentence. In particular, if you are ordered to undergo a psychosexual evaluation, which can include a polygraph examination, one second, I've got a knock on the door. Okay, let's see. Okay. A substance evaluation or a mental health examination, which can include a psychological or psychiatric examination. You will be asked extensive questions, and your answers to those questions may be used against you during sentencing. Have you discussed the right to remain silent with your attorney? Yes. Do you understand the nature of this right? Yes. Do you understand that you may waive this right? Yes. Have you waived any of this right in your plea agreement? Yes. Do you have any questions concerning either this right or the waiver of these rights? No. Have you discussed with your attorney your rights regarding your attorney's attendance and presence during the pre-sentence investigation or these various evaluations? Yes. Do you want the court to order any particular evaluations to assist the court in determining your sentence in this case? No. And then it's signed and dated. Yeah, I need some information. I need some more information on like a couple of these little things. I'm going to send a couple emails, I think, to a couple people and ask what these very particular things are, because they sound sort of back and forth. But then again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't really quite like perfectly 100% understand all of the verbiage here. Some of the stuff's just really interesting. Especially right here. Okay. So I think we only have like one more. We have one more, and then we have the list regarding close. The list regarding the next set that's going to be released. Okay, so these are the reasons why the defense wanted to hold on to the gag order until everything was done. Because remember, we were like, see, look, there's that P.O. Box 2347, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. So I remember being like, why are they trying to not let go of the gag order whenever this came out? Because she, and Taylor specifically, has made comments quite a bit about how the gag order has like done like nothing good to the case, that it's caused all kinds of issues and all kinds of rumors to get started. And, you know, they just basically used it as a reason why there's been a bunch of insane shit going on. So whenever she was like, yeah, no, we don't want it dropped, we want to keep the gag order, I was like, why are you fighting this after you just literally talked all this shit about the crazy drama that the damn thing has caused? Why are you not wanting it to be dropped? That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. It just really didn't make sense to me. So let's go ahead and read this and see what the reasons were. I skimmed through it. I didn't see anything specific, but let's just read the whole thing in full. Comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby requests the court for an order to maintain the revised amended non-dissemination order issued on June 23rd, 2023 until sentencing. Mr. Kohberger's request regarding the order is based on, 1, the language of the order that had not previously been challenged by the media, 2, the ongoing publicity regarding the case and threats to Mr. Kohberger's safety, and 3, the ongoing special inquiry and the hold order for all witnesses issued by this court. Number 1, the language of the revised amended non-dissemination order issued on June 23rd, 2023 specifically ran through sentencing. In response to significant litigation and an Idaho Supreme Court ruling on this issue in the case, the court issued a revised amended non-dissemination order on June 23rd, 2023. By its terms, the order was to remain in full force and effect until conclusion of a trial and any sentencing proceedings that may follow unless ordered by the court. Order at page 3. After this order was issued, the interested parties, hereinafter, the media, raised no further objections to the revised order. Now we had a footnote. On March 24th, 2023, the Idaho Supreme Court denied the media's petition for writ of mandamus or writ of prohibition. In response, the media filed a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order, which resulted in the revised amended non-dissemination order attached to the Declaration of Olson, which is Exhibit A. The revised order recognized that Mr. Kohberger's rights extend beyond the question of guilt or innocence to his right to a fair sentencing proceeding, regardless of whether that proceeding is reached via a jury verdict or a plea. The motion filed by the media to vacate the revised order asserts that once a guilty plea is entered, that his right to a fair trial under Sixth Amendment is extinguished. What the media fails to recognize is that, one second, guys. Okay. A motion filed by the media to vacate the revised order asserts that once a guilty plea is entered, that his right to a fair trial under the Sixth Amendment is extinguished. What the media fails to recognize is that Mr. Kohberger retains his rights to a fair sentencing proceeding guaranteed under the 14th Amendment and his right to effective assistance of counsel under the Sixth Amendment and the Idaho Constitution. Okay, a defendant's right to effective assistance of counsel extends to all critical stages of the prosecution where his substantial rights may be affected, and sentencing is one such stage. In this case, substantial dangers of prejudice to Mr. Kohberger's exist up to and through sentencing. As this court is well aware, there have been numerous leaks of confidential information to the press, and the avalanche of publicity continues with the release of the Peacock documentary, The Idaho Student Murders, the Amazon Prime series on July 11th, 2025, and the book by James Patterson on July 14th, 2025. Lifting the revised order now, this close to the sentencing, would only increase the media frenzy and publicity around this case. I mean, they're not reading documents is the problem. Like, the media is not reading the documents themselves or having people come on and like give a narrative. The ongoing publicity in this case threatens Mr. Kohberger's safety. As set forth above in Section 1, the amount of publicity coming before sentencing, even with the revised order in place, is massive. Further release would only serve to gin up the anger and violent rhetoric already at a fever pitch. Again, this court is well aware of the threats posed not only to Mr. Kohberger, but to his family and court staff. Court staff? At this point, the press has access to every witness who is not an agent of either party. As the court noted in its denial of the motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order in 2023, the media is not being restrained, only the parties are restrained, and those restraints are reasonable. Both parties had no objection and indeed sought to have the revised order remain in place at least until sentencing. Court security resources were at maximum capacity on July 2nd, 2025. The sentencing hearing, scheduled for 2 days, promises to be even more taxing on those resources. It wasn't. It was a couple hours. Lifting the non-dissemination order now is likely to change the atmosphere near the courthouse and may well push security needs beyond capacity. The court has issued a record hold order and a special inquiry is ongoing. After the release of the May 9th, 2025 Dateline special on this case, the court issued hold orders to both parties. Documents and record hold order, May 15th, 2025. Lifting the revised order at this moment, given the ongoing investigation into the leaks to Dateline, Peacock, and potentially to James Patterson in the Amazon Prime documentary, would only confound the efforts in the investigation into who actually violated the non-dissemination order and makes the investigator's job close to impossible. In its response to the media motion, the state now withdraws its request for the non-dissemination order to be continued until sentencing. The state cites further reflection and continues that, out of respect for the integrity of the judicial process and the privacy of the victims and their families as they consider their rights to provide victim impact statements at sentencing, The prosecution team does not intend to make any public statements about this case until after sentencing is concluded. We knew that. That's like, yeah, we knew that. The state's promise rings hollow given the previous leaks from sources close to law enforcement. Yeah, this is true. Because you have to, I don't give a shit what the judge tried to say. His original reaction when this leak thing happened was, it's law enforcement, it's somebody on the state side, it's somebody on the prosecutor's side, it's somebody over there. Because at the time that he came out and said that, you know, in court, the paper for the defense side hadn't even been written up. He said in court, I'll write one up. I'll write an order up for the defense too, basically. Only the state was told, hey, bro, something happened and it's your fault. The verbiage for both the state and the defense documents are different. He just puts in the defense, somebody leaked some shit, basically. The other one is like, somebody over there on your side of the camp leaked it. There was responsibility put on the side that he believed was responsible. So that's true. Regardless of how he tried to switch it up later. That's what happened. So he's full of shit to try to like act like that's not what happened. Conclusion. Mr. Kohberger requests the court deny the media request to vacate the revised order ahead of sentencing. In order to maintain the integrity of the process and the security and safety of all the parties involved, including the families, court staff, and attorney, the revised order should remain in effect. The revised order is reasonable in scope and does not impinge on the media's ability to investigate and report on this case. Maintaining the revised order will minimize the media frenzy leading up to sentencing. The only part of this I agree with is the fact that there was a leak happening. Everything else, I don't really care. Like, I mean, I get like the whole like safety issue, but regardless of what comes out, people are going to threaten people. We've seen it all over the place. Them releasing information is not going to escalate that in this situation, especially since he's in jail. His family is out here. His family. But I don't, again, see how releasing information that literally doesn't even point to him or them is going to do any of those things. I just don't. The only part of this I'm like fully behind is the fact that there was a leak thing going on. Everything else is pretty much a given. It's pretty much like a given. Like, yeah, we get it. There's stuff in there, but you know what? It's time. So let's just like stop the games. Let's just stop the games. Okay. So when it comes to the next set of documents that's coming out, let's see if there's anything important in this part. As the court noted on its prior order regarding sealed documents entered on August 4th, as part of the process to review sealed records to determine which should be unsealed, the court will process the review of those documents from newest to oldest. The next batch of documents concerning which the court will require the parties to indicate whether they have an objection to unsealing any specific document or portion thereof are identified below. The response must identify each document by date, name, and number of each document identified on this order. The parties must file their response, including, if appropriate, a notice of non-objection by September the 19th. So now they're going to be talking about anything in these they want to redact while we're technically still waiting for some. We counted all the documents. We counted the ones they were going to keep. We counted the ones they were going to redact. We counted the ones that they were just going to release out. The numbers aren't adding up to the new ones that we've been able to see today. So there's definitely going to be more coming out as these are being discussed. So we have number 44, parties proposed stipulated jury instruction, states proposed supplemental jury instruction, defendant's amended phase 2 mitigation witness list, exhibit S2 to state's supplemental rebuttal disclosure for penalty phase experts, exhibit S1 to state's supplemental rebuttal disclosure regarding penalty phase experts, and then same thing again. Defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators, objection to the court's request for the defense to submit a redacted copy of ex parte filing to the state, exhibit F to defendant 6 supplemental response to discovery. Damn, we're going back to number 6. We were literally just talking about exhibits for number 23, and now they're jumping all the way back to number 6. That's crazy to think. That's a big gap. Defendant's 6 supplemental response to discovery. Defendant's objection to the jury questionnaire. Court minutes for closed session. Yes, please. Yes, please. Defendant's offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators. Second notice of filing defendant's proposed jury instructions. Notice of state's amended exhibit list and motion to seal. Exhibit S1 to state's motion to reclaim exhibits. Parties joint proposed jury instruction regarding tip leading to an... Oh, yes, please. I want to read the bullshit that they were going to have Payne get on the state and lie about. Yes, please. I have a feeling they're gonna like be like, ew, we just can't give you this one. I bet you anything. Bet you anything. Defendant's phase 2 mitigation witness list, court minutes from a sealed meeting, sealed court minutes. Reply in support of state's motion for examination of defendant pursuant to IC 18207 and for an extension of time. Defendant's objection to state's motion for examination of defendant pursuant to Idaho Code 18207 and for an extension of time. Hurwitz declaration in support of motion for examination. Gage declaration in support of motion for examination. State's motion for examination of defendant pursuant to IC 18207 and for an extension of time. Defendant's phase 1 lay witness list. They're not going to probably give us that. State's exhibit list. State's witness list. Defendant's objection to the state's requested jury instructions. State's response to defendant's proposed jury instructions. Defendant's second response to exhibit S1 to state's first supplemental request for discovery. Defendant's second response to state's first supplemental request for discovery. Exhibit E to defendant's fifth supplemental response to discovery. Defendant's fifth supplemental response to discovery. State's requested jury instruction. State's requested jury instruction. State's trial brief. I want this. Defendant's trial brief. Yep. Defendant's proposed jury instructions. Defendant's response to state's first supplemental request for discovery regarding transfer of test materials. Remember the one that John Judge wrote about how he had issues with some things? I know that this isn't Latah County. This was whenever we were in Ada County. But it had everything to do with this right here. What Judge was talking about. Exhibit 4 in support of defendant's motion to state's motion in limine regarding AT&T timing advance. Is this going to be Cyray's actual work? Please drop it. Drop it. Please. I want to read all of it. Exhibit D to defendant's fourth supplemental response to discovery. Notice regarding defense expert disclosures for exhibit D7-B and exhibit S1 to state's first supplemental request for discovery disclosure. So we're ending on April 4th, 2025. Here. So we still have all of this to go for the rest of 2025. It'll probably be like, I'm going to say like probably 2, maybe 3, maybe. Huh. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great to see this. It'll be great to see this and this, especially this. I want Cyray to come out and talk. Oh, I didn't even show it. This stuff right here is like the most interesting stuff here. And this. Those are the ones that I'm the most interested in for sure. I had somebody send me an email earlier. Let me read it real quick because it was about the Goncalveses. So Whitney sent me a link to, I guess the Goncalveses were over on Nancy Grace. I'm not going to click the link. I can't click the link. So let me go and find it. And I'm just going to go to the part where they're talking. Not the rest of it. I want to see what they have to say because it's the first time that they've talked in forever. And everyone's like, where are they at? When are they going to say something? This isn't really making a lot of sense. What's going on? Girl, her eyes are so red. Okay, so they're talking right here. Ugh, look at that face. Okay, so they're talking. Let's see what they're saying right here. Girl, I don't care what you have to say. I'm curious as to what they have to say all of a sudden.
Weren't you
Tell me if y'all
so
can hear it.
proud of her and under the worst conditions raised your children? Mrs. Goncalves, weren't you so proud of her and under the worst conditions she stood strong?
Mm-hmm. She has never ceased to amaze me throughout this whole entire process. She has just been just amazingly strong.
Too fast.
And when we went to the sentencing, we actually did not know what each other was going to say because we did not want to influence each other's.
1 second, guys. Okay.
Speeches. So we did not know. And it was all new. And she got up there and I was just astounded. I was just.
Oh, she's proud of Olivia's call for prison R. Is what she's saying here. Y'all know my opinion on that. I don't care about like the situation here. I know how they feel about it. There is never an okay situation where you're just like, yeah, I hope that you get R-worded the rest of your life for forever. And you just say that in front of like everyone, especially as a woman saying something like that. It's just disturbing to me regardless.
Beside myself. And then when she was done, the audience or the courtroom clapped and it was like, is that normal? I don't think people normally clap, but it was very surreal. It was very, oh my gosh, what happened? And then, I'm like, I have to hear that again. It was just so good. Just so proud of her, of what she said. And the way she articulated it was perfect.
It wasn't.
I'm going to play some of your daughter speaking, but as I'm looking at the two of you sitting there so close together, connected, clearly connected, when marriages face any number of mother and a father,
anxiety,
and a father.
I just want to hear what they have to say about like the case stuff. So I'm going to be like going through, like, I don't want to hear her. I really just don't, as much as possible.
The death of your child, which most of us can't even imagine. You two.
Anxiety that we have had, or especially me. Steve has just been so amazing. He's been so gentle with me. He's given me grace. He's given me time to heal. What do you need? Can I help you? And, I try to be that person for him as well. Sometimes I just need a hug. When he gets home, I'm like, I just need a big hug. And he just wraps his arms around me, gives me this big old hug. And
it's crazy how they went from being like this happy and having such a beautiful day, like going out and seeing all of their friends, going to parties, going out and hanging out. And that was it. It's just crazy.
I just feel better. And I mean, he's been my husband for almost 30 years and, 5 kids. And he's the epitome of an amazing man, an amazing father.
They continuously forget the fact that Samantha exists. It's wild.
Amazing husband, all wrapped up in one. I was blessed.
What's interesting, so many things about higher.
No.
And a lot of people have attacked you. I don't get it. Do you even care what they say? I hope not.
No, it just rolls right off my shoulders. I played sports my whole life. I'm used to like constructive criticism, so that'll take to heart. And sometimes I will misspeak or I'll say something that I'll take back because I got my facts wrong. But
when did you ever, besides the Wi-Fi, you've still not taken responsibility for the fact that y'all are the ones who came out here and told everyone that got called over to the house that morning was because Dylan and Bethany couldn't manhandle Xana's door to get it open because Ethan's body was behind the door. When are y'all ever going to take responsibility for that bullshit? Because that changed so much, and was nowhere near the truth. And instead, you dance around it. You take no responsibility. You're like, oh, I thought they meant the outside doors were open. What does that have to do with an inside door being closed? That is literally the opposite. And you went around and y'all told that story and it went all over the place. Christy said that story. Christy told that story. Y'all got that from somewhere. Where's the, yeah, my bad, when you lied about somebody else's child's position in this whole horrible thing? You came out and told a false story about someone else's kid and you don't care? You're not going to take responsibility for that? You're just going to be like, just going to dance around it. That changed so much for like 2.5 years. And they don't even care. They don't even care.
I'm defending my children and my daughter and my wife, so I don't really take to heart them. I know that there's going to be some people who side with, the other side.
The facts.
I just keep it at that. I think they have more in harmony with evil than they do good, and they're
evil is abandoning your child and forgetting that she exists, and then also forgetting that you also have a granddaughter out there. That's evil. Evil is then also going out into the public and being like, oh yeah, this was my second daughter, while you got a whole kid that you ignored her entire life. Now she's got so many issues that you refuse to even try to help her with. You just throw a bunch of Bible scriptures at her and just go on about your life. That's evil. I can't relate to that. Sorry.
Actions reflect that, so I don't waste my time on them.
Well, Mr. Goncalves, our family, the Grace family, has...
And also, you sat your ass in your house. You had actual blood family members calling you, telling you that your daughter was gone, that something happened. And you sat in your house for hours. You didn't drive down there to her house to figure out what was going on. All of you very able-bodied adults sat on your asses, called the news station, called all these places, but didn't take any action to get off your ass, get in your car, and make the drive. Why? When are you going to explain to where it actually makes sense to parents out here the fact you sat on your ass and didn't go anywhere when you got a call from not a rando, not a cop, not a hospital, not a maybe, not a something random, your niece named Sabrina? But no one ever makes you answer that question because everyone just wants to feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for the people that lost their lives. I lost empathy for this and sympathy for this and everything else for this a long time ago. If that bothers you, then that's cool. Be bothered. This is how it is. And until they change their behaviors, this is how it's going to be. This is how it's going to be. They've shown themselves. And they've lied to the public about Jack Takor for almost 3 years. Again, they knew that night all of Kaylee's phone activity. And they came out here not telling us the truth about the missed calls and that 17-minute phone call all this time. They've known about this whole time. Before the cops even knew about it, they knew about it. And they've decided to lie about it the entire time. No.
It's a very old
No.
saying. Screw them and the horse they rode in on. So that's my legal advice to you.
A cop went to their house almost 5 hours later. That's how long. They could have been in Moscow by the time they got that knock on their door. Then apparently when the cops showed up, they were like, yeah, we know already. But you still didn't leave. You still didn't leave to go down there to do anything. All those hours. I'm never going to let that go. I'm sorry.
I want to circle back to your daughter, who was absolutely amazing. And you know what? That doesn't just happen.
Let's not sit here and pretend like these are perfect parents ever again. They've completely pushed aside his firstborn daughter. Let's not, Nancy Grace. Let's not.
2010 told you,
But
but the truth,
listen to this shit either.
well, it
Literally, like,
have to prove itself.
I love her.
Of course,
Did you have any idea what she was going to say, Christy?
No, we didn't. We didn't share our speeches with each other because we didn't want to influence them.
That's not really true either. They said themselves that they had all of their speeches written up like months ahead of time. And then all of the facts came out and all of the things that they were going to like specifically say about the things that actually happened to Kaylee specifically. They ended up having to remove everything and rewriting all of their speeches the night before because everything that they had in theirs was wrong. That came out of their mouths. So it's not like you didn't want to influence anything. It's because y'all literally had to rewrite them on the fly because everything that y'all had in there was false. You said that yourself. So the fact that everything that you said was false in your original statements, that doesn't make you want to go back and like actually comb through all of the facts and all of the truth to see why you had all this wrong information. Where did it all actually come from? What's the facts if it's false? None of that ever occurred to either of these people to do. They've had over a month now. They've had a while. They've had almost 2 months now. Since the 2nd of July. I don't understand why you would just not want to know the true facts. If you were just told the day before this person that you're being told took your daughter away was about to be sentenced, and everything that you were told was false, and you had to rewrite everything that you had that you'd been holding on to for months, and you don't question that? I would. Loudly.
We were writing them up to the minute, literally like editing and adding and taking away. So no, she got up there and she flipped the table. I mean, she flipped it all upside down. We were like, oh my goodness, you know, and she did great. People love her, and you know, we love her. She's our oldest girl, our oldest child, and
the blatant disrespect. My God. No wonder Samantha has all the freaking issues that she has. No wonder. Jesus Christ.
And she's been through a lot with us, you know, being the oldest. So she's very resilient. She's very brave. She's the best big sister to all the kids. And she's incredibly smart. She blows my mind all the time.
I just want to play one more time. I've got so many questions.
No, girl.
Going to say before she said it.
I did know a little bit of details. We talked about topics, and she said she wanted to use his questions against him, and we all had, you know, that same idea. We thought about that, but she earned it. She needed that, and I was glad to give that to her, and that was her talking point. So that was the kind of collaboration we did. But I think when you see her, you have a glimpse of who Kaylee was as well. And when you hear my son, he was speaking as well. That's
not a good thing to say, Steve. Now, when it comes to your son, his speech outside the courthouse was chef's kiss. Honestly, that should have been done in court. I would have been clapping for Steve Jr.'s speech. That was great. I don't know why they decided to not let him do that. It should have been done. But to then compare what Olivia just did, that disgusting shit that we had to listen to, and say that that's how Kaylee was, you might want to backtrack that statement. You might want to.
Well, when you see the two kids, you see who Kaylee was. And that was our best way of showing the world what had been stolen from us. He was very average, but his victims were exceptional. And that's what we wanted to convey. That's what we were missing. And we wanted the world to know about that, like what we're missing and what kind of a person she was.
Saying that she's anything like Olivia is not a good thing, bro. If you're going to compare that speech to that, then that's not good. You can't like stop anywhere where she's not giving you a nightmare face.
No. Without a doubt, something horrible had happened.
It was Sunday, November 13th. We were all here watching the football game. And
didn't get off your ass.
Police called me. And she told me that something terrible had happened to Kaylee. Her cousin or her husband's cousin went to U of I, and something was going on, and she believed that Kaylee was dead. And I threw my phone across the room, and I started calling Kaylee, and her phone was going straight to voicemail, so I started calling.
And she has a daughter. So he's got a child and a grandchild that he chose to ixnay because of the woman talking.
Maddie and nothing. So I called Olivia and got Olivia on the phone and told her what was going on, but we were still trying to stay calm, saying it's going to be okay. It's going to be something just as wrong. Well, as the hours went by and we called police stations and hospitals and we got nothing, no information. But
you saw it on the news. You saw it on the news. For hours, you saw the house and the cop cars on the news. The fact that they can sit here and tell this story with no shame is disgusting. I don't give a shit. It's disgusting.
But we see her house on TV and it's cordoned off with yellow tape. I knew in my heart that something terrible had happened. But for sure, when the sheriff showed up around 5 and came to the door and told us there was 4 homicides.
Mrs. Goncalves, what do you mean? Because I knew Keith was dead before they said he's dead.
Shut the door, baby. No, she's fine. She's okay to shut the door.
I knew. When you said you knew in your heart, how did you know in your heart? And what was that feeling? How did you know? And
You knew in your heart that your daughter was gone, yet you stayed in your house, sat on your ass, and didn't drive down there to find out what was going on. How does anyone hear those things and consider that situation normal? I don't understand. I could never be this way. As a parent, this kind of shit right here, I will talk shit on all day long. I don't give a damn. This is disgusting behavior. With no excuse. Unless what, were you day drinking? Watching the game at noon after he'd been to the hospital for the first time in your 30-year relationship just so happens to be the night your daughter died. You're sitting at home, kicking him back. So you couldn't drive? What, you embarrassed to say that you were day drinking in your own house on a Sunday? Because what other reason would you have besides being drunk? Logical question. Logical question. The fact they play victim with this story is sick.
I've heard many, many other violent crime victims say the same thing. They knew before they were told.
Well, I knew just because of my niece calling me. She's a very responsible adult. She's a mother. She's a nurse. I knew that Sabrina would not have made that call to me had she not had facts.
And the fact that her niece told her was that Kaylee was pew-pewed at a party. That's the facts her niece told her. So that's a crazy statement to make, Christy. Interesting statement.
So I knew, even though we didn't have confirmation, but I kept telling Olivia and the kids, she's gone, guys. We don't know what happened, but and we're running around the house frantic. I'm crying. Everybody's crying. We're trying to get in touch with somebody to get answers. And I kept saying the sheriff will come. If it's true, the sheriff will come. And it was that evening, and I looked out.
Except your daughter didn't even have y'all's names down as her emergency contacts. So it took a long time for them to find out that you even existed. And if you consider the social media stuff that we found out about early on, about who was blocked and who was following and who wasn't, it's pretty telling, honestly.
Out my front window, and I saw the sheriff pull up, and I said, the sheriff's here. And I took off to my bedroom. I ran to my bedroom, and everybody answered the door. And I came back out about a minute later and stood here at the front door and asked them what happened.
What did you run off to your bedroom for? Everyone else opened the door, but you took off to your bedroom for what? This story is weird. Now, I want to see the body cam. Now I want to see it. For more reasons than just Steve Goncalves' face from being in the urgent care that morning. Because what are you running off to your room for a minute for when a sheriff pops up and then you go back to your door and start asking questions? Yeah, I'm looking at you with some stank eye. So that's weird.
You know, and he said it was a homicide. And I said, they were murdered? And I asked if one of them was Maddie, because at that time things started clicking. That could possibly be Maddie, because she hadn't answered me all day long.
I know.
And they said, yeah.
Tell me about it. Why is everything they do the opposite of what the majority of society would do? Exactly. Exactly. That's shit wild. That's
Yes.
so wild.
And we said, how? And they said, we don't know. Here's a card. Call this person in the morning. And we're like, should we go down there? I said, no. And I said, what are we supposed to do? What do we do? And he said, just call in the morning.
Call in the morning. What do you mean, what do we do? Call in the morning. I'm getting in my car and driving through the freaking night. You know, your pregnant ass daughter did to get from Cali to y'all's pathetic asses and doing all the work. What time the girls actually got home, who Kaylee was talking to, who she texted, all this stuff about Eric and the grub truck, that all came from Olivia. What the frick were y'all doing? Has she always had to be the parent? Has she always, is that what you mean by she's gone through a lot with y'all? She's always had to be the one to actually step up and do the thing? Is that what you mean? What do you mean, what do we do? You get in your fucking car and you go to your daughter's house is what you do. These people are pissing me off. My God, man.
I'm trying to.
You know how much money they've raised for being like this? For parents that didn't even give a shit to go down and see what was wrong with their kid and what the hell was happening. They have raised like over $200,000. That's not including the gift cards, the Venmos, the PayPals, the Cash Apps, and every freaking other thing else. The gifts that get sent from all over the world. They've cashed the shit out of their daughter's death, and they didn't even give a shit to leave their house that day. They're just like Dylan. They are just like Dylan. No wonder they take up for her, even though she lied to his face. No wonder. I knew this was going to make me angry. It's fine. It's fine. I was waiting for them to talk, and I knew what I was in for once they started, so it's fine.
I feel like I'm seeing it all play out right in front of me right now. I remember I was holding this big stack of.
Because I didn't want to hear that sheriff.
You, Nancy.
You said you ran out into the yard. Do you remember that moment? Where did you?
What?
And it was so unreal. You said you ran out into the yard.
Did she just say that? Did she just say she had to run out into the yard? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that at all. I heard she ran upstairs and then she went to the front door. I didn't hear nothing about a yard. Let me go back one more time.
Murdered? And I asked if one of them was Maddie, because at that time things started clicking. That could possibly be Maddie, because she hadn't answered me all day long. And they said yes. And we said, how? And
I
they
didn't
said,
think so.
we don't know. Here's a card. Call this person in the morning. And we're like, should we go down there? I said, no. And I said, what are we supposed to do? What do we do? And he said, just call in the morning.
So now she's blaming it on the cop. The cop told her not to leave. Is that what she just said?
Go down there? I said, how? And they said, we don't know. Here's a card. Call this person in the morning. And we're like,
She's blaming it on the cops now. Never mind the fact that she sat on her fucking ass for 4 to 5 hours first. Now she's going to blame it on the cops. Now I want to FOIA the footage. Now I'm going to piss her off. And I'm going to make that little Facebook post that she put yesterday and had to edit a reality. Because now I want it. Now I'm going to file for it. Now I'm going to get it. I'd be damned. I'd be
should we go down
damned.
there? I said, no. And I said, what are we supposed to do? What do we do? And he said, just call in the morning.
Gosh, y'all are pieces of shit.
I'm trying to I feel like I'm seeing it all play out right in front of me right now. I remember I was holding this big stack of school books. I had just come out of a statistic exam.
Cool for you.
And I remember
Stop talking. The fact that she talks so much about her dead ex whenever she's married with twins to a whole nother man for like decades, this is disgusting. And the reason why I don't really like talking to my grandmother. My grandfather that raised me is my step grandfather, and she never shuts the hell up about my mom's piece of shit father. Right in front of my grandpa, she talks not even bad about the loser, and he beat the crap out of my grandma. He was a horrible dad, all the things, and she still like talks good stuff about him in front of my actual grandpa, and it breaks my heart for him every freaking time, so I stay away. She's the same way. She constantly talks about, I love the face I paused on. I'm going to leave it there. She constantly talks about her ex. Wow, I understand it broke your heart, honey. I get it. But it's been 30 years almost, and you've got a man who apparently worships the ground you walk on. You got twins out of it, but you do this constantly. How does your husband feel knowing that you constantly have to bring this up, and look how you act whenever you bring him up? I would have divorced her. Sorry, I would have a long time ago when she kept doing this. This is so disrespectful the way she acts, I swear.
Just dropping everything. And it was so unreal. You said you ran out into the yard. Do you remember that moment? Where did you think you were going? What were you going to do?
She didn't say that.
Well, I actually ran to my bedroom. I just, as soon as
ran to the bedroom. So Nancy Grace can't even like actually listen when she just went the opposite direction. She's saying, I went upstairs. Nancy Grace is like, oh, you went outside. No. She can't even listen.
As I saw that sheriff pull up, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I didn't want to hear it. I was running away. I ran back to that room, and, you know, I was crying, and it just all hit me. Like, this is not a weird situation. This isn't, and, you know, Kaylee's gone. Even though I knew all day, but I didn't know. It was just hard to explain, but in my heart, I felt it. And it was just the finality. Like, this officer is here, and he's here for a reason.
You knew. I'm petting my dog. Come here. This is Lily. This is Willie. Hello. Okay. She knew. They all knew, because people were contacting her minor children. Get down. We're contacting their minor children on all these social media sites, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, anywhere anybody could get a hold of anybody related to Kaylee. They were literally calling them from the crime scene. They were calling all of their children from the crime scene. So there is no, oh, I had a feeling and now I knew. Chick, you knew from like minute one, and you sat on your ass and you didn't go down there, and now you're trying to blame it on the cops. It's not like I try to have disdain for people. I really don't. But this is like the disgusting ass behaviors, the two-faced bullshit that I've literally witnessed my entire life growing up the way that I grew up. So I know that it's like a trigger for me when I see shit like this, and I probably get a lot more upset about it than I should, because I don't know these people. It's not my life. But I can feel it in my head and in my body, the way that this kind of bullshit made me feel as a kid, as a teenager, as an adult. So that's why I get more pissed off than I probably should. What I'm looking at here is a bunch of assholes. Selfish, greedy, liars. Again, they knew about Jack D's 17-minute phone call with Kaylee from day one. You don't think Olivia called them the second she saw that shit? Or called Jack the second she called that shit on the way to Idaho from California, asking him, what the hell did you talk to her about that morning? You didn't tell us that you were on the phone with her an hour and a half before she died. What the hell is this? Instead, they protected it and didn't tell nobody. Lied about the voicemail. Don't want to answer no questions. Look at that dead face of his. Look at his eyes. I know he's probably upset. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like they're not sad that their daughter's gone. But considering everything that we've already heard, and remember the victimology report that we read, where the person was basically, the way that it was written was that there was no like goodness here. There was issues here. She considered Maddie her closest family member, not her family, but Maddie. So then you really have to question, how bad could the stalking thing had to have gotten for her to have gone back to their house, with that being the stipulations on that relationship that the friends knew. It's really important. That's why I say it's the victims first, because these are the people out here saving face. These are the people coming out here and telling their side of the story. There's no telling how opposite Kaylee's story would be if she was here to be able to tell it. That's why we have to dig through everything. That's why we have to look at the evidence. That's why we have to look at all of the forensic download information and all of the reports, because it gives us a little bit of her actual story. And so far, it don't match. It don't match what they're spilling. It just doesn't.
You know, and it was, your whole body hurts. Like everything just aches, like your fingertips, your toes, your knees, you get shaky. Like that really happens, like the shaking in the knees, and it's real. And I think at that point, I went into shock, and I think that shock lasted
Is that an animal behind her?
for quite a while for me. I don't remember
Or
a
a
whole lot
person.
after that.
I can't tell if that's an animal behind her or somebody sitting on the floor behind the couch. It's like in this area. I can't tell.
I have pretty big gaps in my memory.
Steve, do you remember her running to the bedroom and hiding when the LA law enforcement came up the driveway?
Yeah, I remember her running that way. Aubrey went up the steps and she went on her computer and she started, at first we thought it was just like a rumor, some drama, some fake thing. I mean, it's a college town.
Why? Every single time this man opens his mouth, he acts like this is some sort of episode of Punk'd and Ashton Kutcher is just going to jump out at any time. Why does he keep pretending that? That has been his like MO with these answers from day one, and it's really disturbing. It's really disturbing.
Parties happen, kids do pranks. We thought there was something else going on. At least I did. That's why we were like at the cop show.
Yeah, your daughter's house is covered, surrounded in crime scene tape on every freaking news station on the freaking planet, but it's a prank. It's all a rumor. It's not real. Are y'all hearing their logic? Are y'all hearing this? I don't understand it, and I never will. I don't give a shit. This is dumb.
Shows up, then, that's not a prank. This is something serious.
Did he just like lose microphone?
It's real.
Drama, some fake thing. I mean, it's a college town, parties happen, kids do pranks. We thought there was something else going on. At least I did. That's why we were like, if the cop shows up, then, that's not a prank. This is something serious.
It went quiet on my
And
end.
even then, I still couldn't fully understand what, you don't know what death is unless you've been familiar with it, and we weren't.
Did he just say that you don't know what death is unless you've dealt with it? Yes, you do, because we all die. You're a grown man. You know what death is. And to sit here and be like, oh, it was a prank. Our daughter's house is all over the news, but it's a prank and we don't know what death is. What? This is just some really weird shit coming out of their mouths. Just odd.
This family hadn't been struck like that. So, yeah, there's that door right there behind us, and opened that up, and there's a sheriff there I've never seen before in my life, and Kootenai County car. And thankfully, he gave us a little bit more information than we had at that point. And
But she just said that he didn't give y'all any information. That he said he didn't know anything and for y'all not to go anywhere and to call this card the next morning. So did he give y'all information or did he not give you information? Because y'all having two different stories here is a bit strange.
he cleared up the fact that it was a homicide, and Maddie was involved as well. And we knew Maddie's mom was on the way down there. So we were like, do we call her? Do we let her know that I mean, they already told us that we couldn't go down there and see them. We couldn't go down there and pick her up or anything like that.
They never told you that you couldn't go down there. They never said you couldn't go down there. What? Yeah, you can't take your child's body with you, obviously. But they never once told you that you couldn't go down there. Wow.
Like that. So, I mean, it's an ongoing investigation. So
that part too.
We just sat in the house and.
That's what I mean. He uses that for like everything, and it's disturbing. Disturbing.
Just thought of ways to get a hold of people that had been around the children in the last 28, 48 hours and figure out what's going on. Was this some random act of violence? Was this, what was this?
Was it a shooting from a party? Was it the night before? Yeah, I just, we just didn't know.
See, she should have mentioned that when she talks about her niece calling her, because that's what Sabrina said to her. That the thing that she had heard at the time was that there was a party at the King Road house that night, Saturday night into Sunday morning, and somebody went in and pew-pewed up the party. That is what Christy was told by her niece. That's why I made a face and made a comment when she said that, she's a nurse, so she would know facts. Interesting.
People were saying it was fentanyl and, all the type of rumors that would go around. So, and, they wouldn't even tell us any details. I mean, it was.
But they're also being contacted by the sheriff's department in their area, not the people in Moscow. So the sheriff's office that contacted them, they wouldn't know any details because they're not part of the investigation. That makes sense to me because they wouldn't know anything. They wouldn't have any information. They were literally just told to find the parents of these people and let them know the situation as much as they possibly could let them know. So, of course, they're not going to know any information. They're not Latah County.
Months before we actually even knew how they were killed. So it was very frustrating. We got the vandal alert that told us that there was 4 homicides before we even knew what was going on.
Y'all heard that right. So even after they got the vandal alert for the 4 homicides, they still are pretending, oh, we didn't know. We don't know if it was real or not. It could have just been a rumor and all a bunch of fakeness. How many more contradictions are you going to say, Steve-O? Oh, I like these people less and less every time I hear their freaking voices.
So they knew before we knew.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to imagine everything that you're saying. And the officer gives you a card when you go, well, what do we do? He goes, well, just call them in the morning. It's almost like a bank with banker's hours.
We were, going after.
You can't go there. There's nothing you can do there.
There's plenty. Let's not give them a pass on being shitty parents. Can we not? Let's not.
What do you do that night?
I did not sleep at all that night because after what we were, going through, I also called Olivia, and she lives down in LA, and she threw her kids in the car, and her and her husband jumped in the car, and they drove up here. So they drove through the night. That was about 5, 6 o'clock at night when they left.
Your pregnant daughter can drive through the night from California to Idaho, but you can't get in the car and drive the few hours it takes to get from your Coeur d'Alene, Rath Drum, whatever freaking area that you're in, down to Moscow. You can't do that. Amazing.
LA. It's a 20-hour drive. So, I was worried about them driving all night, as well. And I just couldn't sleep. And my mind it went crazy. I went crazy.
We knew that Kaylee had mentioned being stalked even right up until the weeks that this had came up to that. So I felt like I kind of wanted my family to be focused on something other than just the devastation. So I was like, you're finding out information, get a hold of a neighbor. And the more information that we found, it just felt like that was at least something to grab, that's something we could control.
Did y'all ever actually find that person, Steve? Because there was a real stalker. Not Bryan Kohberger, because the state themselves have come out and been like, nah, bro. All the bullshit that y'all were doing. Did y'all ever even find out who this person was that was watching her from the apartments, that was jumping out at her from behind the dumpsters, that was watching her in the tree line? Did you even find any of that? I mean, because y'all were doing some shit for some months. So, any answers to the important questions? No? Okay.
Go away from just being victims to being investigators of what happened to our child. And we did find out a bunch of things that those 48 hours from people that were just reaching out and saying, hey, you know, this is what I know. I was right across the street. This is what's going on. You know, and we just went from there.
I remember what you said, Steve. Listen.
Within hours, we had your white car on camera.
Not his white car. We can continue.
Christy, you were already focusing or trying to focus off the pain and focus on what happened and finding the truth.
Okay.
Yes, because Jack actually wound up coming.
He did, didn't he? I'm gonna have to go back and find those interviews because, yeah, it's amazing how now they're like, oh, yeah. I swear, man.
Here because he left Moscow and he came here, and obviously he was there at the scene and stuff. So he
Notice her eyeballs, bro. I question her sobriety every single time I watch her. And I only watch her whenever she's talking to these people. She is unrecommended. Do not recommend. Don't show me shit. Y'all got to tell me whenever y'all want me to see what she's doing because I'm not looking. But I question that. It could be a medical thing. I guess it could be. But I question that. Her eyes are always like she just got done smoking a big one. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
He had heard what Dylan was saying. So once he told us that, because like I said, the officer said that it was a homicide, they were murdered. But then Dylan was saying there was a masked man in our house, and you know, there was somebody in the tree and all this stuff. And it quickly was clear that this sounded like a stranger murder, you know, not like somebody they knew or whatnot. So it
really, because that's not what y'all were screaming in like every interview ever. Y'all or Olivia. It's funny how now y'all want to change your mind on that, but y'all were all about, no, this was personal. Olivia changed her mind a little bit. These two didn't. They really felt like it was somebody that knew the area, knew the house, somebody that would have had a connection somewhere. That's why we're looking at all their social medias. That's why we're looking at everything. The flip up.
changed things. It felt like a huge, I mean, just a huge violation. And we just were like, we've got a murder that, and at that time before, I just kind of thought they were going to get him. They, you know, it was some kid, he went and he shot up the house or something. And
you're still on that. That was only something that you only knew for like a few hours in your head. Plus, on top of that, there was like other messages and stuff coming in to your other kids that didn't talk about a pew-pew situation whatsoever. So there's that. Why do you keep going back to that? Why do you keep going back to that? That is weird, bro.
They got him. You know, he's walking down the street, and I just kept waiting for the news to say they've arrested somebody. And when Jack told us that, I was kind of like, ugh, you know, this sounds a little different than what we're thinking. Type of murder.
Well, I mean, you're right, because we were all led to believe, Steve and Christy, that, oh, they died in their sleep. That is not what happened at all.
Thank you for at least admitting that shit.
You don't expect the prosecutor to lie to you, and we were lied to. All the parents were lied to. We weren't given the details. They're asking us to make a decision on life or death, and they're not even giving us the details of our own children, let alone the whole circumstance of what happened to them. I know for a fact that when one of the mothers heard what happened to Kaylee, she said this would have changed everything. So it was discussed.
But see, that part, I'm not letting y'all have no leeway on that one. I'm just not. Steve and Christy both came out here 2.5 years ago talking about Kaylee's injuries. Okay. So to sit there and be like, well, Maddie's mom said that if they would have known that Kaylee's face was disfigured and how bad it was, and that we wouldn't have agreed to this, you hid that from her, honey. Not the state. Y'all hid that from her. Y'all knew that. They told y'all this. Y'all brought it up how many times, how much different the injuries were. Y'all knew the details, just like you knew about that 17-minute phone call between Kaylee and Jack, and you chose not to say anything. So now, just like he pushes the responsibility for the calls and the voicemail on Christy and Olivia, and just pushes off to the side the fact that they came out saying that Ethan was behind Xana's door and they couldn't get it open, he's going to dance around this, take no responsibility, and not try to even fix anything. The patterns here are wild. You knew those things. If Maddie's mother did not know those things, it's because you chose not to tell her for some reason or another, or you're lying. Or you're lying. Either way, you knew. She could have known. You chose not to say something for what? An excuse? Something to hold on to for what reason? And what does that one thing have to actually do with the fact that at the end of the day, 4 lives were lost? I don't see how that would have honestly swayed the situation, because Maddie's mom should only be making decisions based on Maddie. So what does this have to do? This whole thing right here is just odd, the way that he keeps bringing that back.
And they kept saying stuff like crime of passion and house or a party house, and we're like, what's going on here? I'm literally
Olivia said party house. Olivia was not Olivia Chronicles, Olivia daughter was the first one to come out and tell the world that that was a party house on national television. Because of the rumors that were going around already, the people that she was talking to, and probably the things that she's already known from Kaylee. He forgets that a majority of this shit came from them.
watching the surveillance of this road, and this car keeps flying around this house over and over again. They were clearly stalked. I don't care what the prosecutor, maybe he can't prove it because he's just not that good, but they were clearly stalked. He was there multiple times. The officers were distracted with giving minors in possessions when they're literally filming the house that these kids get murdered in. I mean, that town has to clear up some priorities and realize that, noise complaints and alcohol is only a part of their job, and they need to make sure that they're protecting these kids if they want to keep doing business.
I was stunned.
If they want to keep doing business. Odd statement there, Steve. Very odd statement.
I mean, how many times can we place that Elantra stalking the King Road address?
That many. Actually. And that's according to Bill Thompson. Maybe she didn't hear the sentencing hearing. Maybe she just missed everything, because we know she was full of shit during Delphi. She tried to pretend like she was in the know and she was right there and she was listening and she was in the courtroom. She showed up for 30 minutes and then left. She is one of the fakest of the fake. The fakest of the fake.
And Kelly knew she was being stalked.
Not by Kohberger.
So that is a lie.
The people in the report said that this stalking shit started happening in May. That was before he ever even moved to Washington. That right there was enough to be okay, somebody else that's been around longer, been watching her longer. On top of that, okay, let's consider the fact that maybe there was more than one situation like this. Because the dude in the one report, if this report is legitimate, the dude in the report that was reported stating that he not only followed Maddie and Xana from the college over to the Mad Greek, but then followed them home one day to see where they lived, and then apparently boasted about being inside the house because he could have taken them out and he chose not to. If that guy is legit, then that's a whole different person besides who was stalking Kaylee. There was more than one possibility for a psycho here. And it doesn't have anything to do with the guy that they actually have behind bars. That is what is so insane here. That they actually had proof in the friends' reports that, yes, Kaylee had a stalker. Yet the police come out and are like, yeah, no, there's no stalker. It's a false rumor. 25,000 freaking people know about it and it's not true. I highly doubt that. That made no sense from day one. And then whenever the reports came out, I was like, what? You had all these people telling you this shit for weeks and y'all had the audacity to come out and tell us that it wasn't true? God, they lied about so much. It makes no sense. Damn.
Stated the DA lied to you. I believe that. Because there is no way all the parents would have acted like they were going along with this plea if they had known what we're learning now with all these videos and body cam and crime scene photos coming out.
Literally none of that has anything to do with Kohberger. For the record. All of that has to do with the shady ass roommates. Find me one thing in the 911 call. Find me one thing in the body cam. Find me something definitive. You can't. Bill Thompson couldn't either.
That is not what everybody was told happened.
Yeah, 13 incidents in WSU before this individual was let go or defunded, whatever spin these universities want to put on it. This guy was a nightmare, throwing up red flags everywhere. And those are the type of details that we gotta force our courtrooms to be more honest, and we shouldn't be sealing things up in a case like this. I mean, it's not national security. It's getting abused. They're abusing these rules that they say, oh, we got to protect. They didn't have anyone to protect. They didn't even have the guy until almost 7 weeks, and they were still hiding everything. So
if they're not coming out and being like, this is what we were going to present in court, this is everything that we have, and they're making us literally have to like beg for information, doesn't that tell you that it's useless, worthless, pointless information? Nothing that they were going to use. I just don't understand how we got where we are. Like how many inconsistencies do there have to be? This makes me sick.
it was just a lie. And, you know, when you call
What were they hiding?
just telling us our child was stabbed.
Brutally,
How many times?
How many times? We just learned the day before the sentencing, how many times Kaylee had been stabbed.
So y'all went around 2.5 years ago running y'all's mouth about shit y'all didn't know anything about. You just now admitted that you came out here telling a false story. Because y'all came out saying she was stabbed over 50 times and all this crazy shit. So you're coming out now and admitting that all of that was fake, that you really weren't told anything, and that you just pulled it out your butt. Is that what you just admitted? For sympathy, for GoFundMe money? Why? Why come out and lie about something like that about your own kid?
Wait a minute. I am stunned because she was stabbed so many times. They could not identify her.
That is not the reason why her face was not identifiable. They've already stated that something else happened there. Yes, she did have those kinds of wounds in the area, but that's not why she was not unrecognizable. There was something even more horrendous that happened. Oof. I can't even imagine like what those officers, whenever they walked in, the first guy that walked in. Oof. Okay. Yeah, it's just crazy. And then to read that she asphyxiated on her own fluids. I can't even imagine like the thoughts she would have going through all of that, like as it's happening. It's horrible. It really is disgustingly horrible.
And you just learned about that when the plea was set to go down?
We learned about it after the plea, the day before the sentencing, because they lifted the gag order. So the detective said that they would talk to us. So we talked to them briefly, and we had questions about Kaylee. You know, how many times was she stabbed? I mean, that's not on her death certificate. The coroner never told us. She just said around 20 is what she said. So
y'all came out and said over 50, and now you're admitting the coroner told you 20. So why did you feel the need to come out and exaggerate the disgusting shit that already happened? It's not necessary. They're clickbait. They're clickbaiters. Holy shit. I really knew this was going to piss me off. I just can't believe how much they're coming out and admitting about the lies that they've told. This is insane.
we really didn't know, and we didn't know where. So we asked them that, and they told us 38 times. And then we were like, okay. And they said Kaylee had really bad damage to her mouth. And I asked them if her teeth were intact, and they told me no. And then the day of the sentencing, the docs were dropped, the Moscow docs were dropped. And the next day we were driving home and I was reading some of them, and I read that Kaylee was, unrecognizable. And that was, that word will forever like traumatize me. I didn't expect that. And then to read another report that said the same thing, unrecognizable. And then to read a third report that said he wasn't sure what he was really looking at because the facial structure had been so badly damaged.
Okay, so now they're acting like they really didn't know. So maybe they didn't really know. Maybe they didn't really know, but they came out here acting like they knew. That's why that whole thing that he says about Maddie's mom makes no sense to me. So their own ego, their own inflated ego of them having to come out here and pretend to be Mr. Alpha. That's the reason why all of this is bullshit. Because you can't come out here and pretend that you know all this information that you paid the right to know. You paid for that right. And then sit there and be like, oh, we didn't know anything. We didn't know a word. If we would have known this, it would have been different. You pretended like you did. You cannot sit here and tell the world that you lied and then expect the majority of people to call you out and feel sorry for you. What? You caused all of the drama in this entire thing. If y'all wouldn't have been out here doing the bullshit that y'all were doing, we wouldn't be anywhere near the level of stupidity that we're at right now. When are they going to take responsibility for anything? Man. Oof. I am like so triggered by this bullshit right now. All these lies are so sick.
So that's why we're discussing with this prosecution team. I mean,
we did not know any of that for 2 years and 9 months. We did not.
You told everybody
because of the gag order.
And they're telling us, are you okay with us giving them life in prison? We're like, no, we're not. And the people who are, they don't know what we know, and we don't know what they know. I don't know what happened to their child. They don't know what happened to mine. It was a protect the business over the victims, over justice.
All this fake shit, bro.
We're still fighting with it. I mean, we're still fighting with it to this day because we're hearing details that he was following girls out to their car and
to ask her out on a coffee date. And what would have been like a friend date, but because she doesn't like dude, she was all offended, but never said what happened. He didn't start looking at her crazy. He didn't start threatening her. His eyes didn't get dark. He didn't come towards her and threaten her at all. It's just, no, my girlfriend's here. And then you leave. You don't give any details on why you felt all kinds of effed up about it. You just like didn't like the fact that he was a dude that asked you to go somewhere. So now, of course, just like they exaggerated everything, they're going to come out here and do all this because instead of going back and backtracking to the facts, they're going to continue their egotistical, fake-ass story. And they're going to exaggerate and lie their asses off and twist the narrative, just like the people that they go and talk to. Because we know who they prefer to talk to. Everything about this is disgustingly telling.
One of the professors said this guy's going to be a problem. If he gets his PhD, he's going to harass students. He's going to freaking abuse his power. All the things that we suspected that were going on, we find this out afterwards. Why they go on a media tour? They only told us so they could go do a media tour and tell all you guys. So they're like, well, we have to tell them before we tell the world.
Who went on a media tour to tell us about WSU stuff? No one. No one. Who is he talking about? The documents are coming out about the WSU stuff. Jenkins came out and just said like he didn't know shit about shit until after Chief Fry told him that they had Bryan's name. Who's going on a media tour about this stuff? I haven't seen anybody talking about the WSU stuff besides the people reading the documents. I think he's kind of tripping.
World. So basically 12 hours earlier, they tell us, and then they grab a microphone and tell the world. That's what happened.
Yeah.
No one talked about that.
So stunned at how this was, how this went down on you. And there's something about the victim's face, because I know I'm projecting, Keith was shot 5 times in the neck. Times she had been stabbed in the truth. Too late.
So we actually learned all the truth from her autopsy report, and we were given her autopsy report on a thumb drive during the sentencing. The investigator walked into the courtroom that day and said, and we had arranged that, and he said, here's the autopsy report. So in reading that autopsy report, we found out that Kaylee had been stabbed 24 times to her face and head. She had 11 to her chest, neck, and like torso area, and 3 to her upper extremities.
So that's why the freaking pillow in the picture that's supposed to be Maddie's room doesn't make sense to me. Because the blood spot's like the size of my phone on that pillow. So it really makes me wonder if she was put there after all of the injuries. Because how else do you account for the fact that there's barely any blood on that pillow? That's physical proof of something. And it's not the story being told. And I'm not doubting that that's the case. I'm doubting where it took place. Because again, if you take anything that Dylan says seriously, which is, Kaylee was on the second floor, went upstairs, instantly turned around yelling about how somebody was upstairs. So unless she ran back up the stairs and all kinds of other shit was going on, how'd she get in Maddie's room? How'd she get in Maddie's room? In that position that she apparently wasn't in, because that's not what we're being told, that she was sitting up in the corner slumped over. That's not true either, apparently. They've told so many lies. They've told so many lies. And for what? Like, this is effed up enough. Why do you have to lie about it? Why?
So I thought about her eyes too. I was like, was her eyes stabbed? But somehow or another, Kaylee's eyes had not been stabbed. Kaylee did have really bad facial damage. Some of her teeth were missing. Several were broken. And she had 2 subdural hematomas.
You can tell it's hard for Steve to hear that. I mean, that I agree with. All of this from him right here is like a real emotion, because when she's talking about Kaylee's injuries, it's hard for him to hear. This part, like, I understand they lost a kid. But whenever you start doing all this other crazy shit, there's a line, bro.
To her head. So her nose was broken badly.
Yeah, so that, for me, it was outrage, because my daughter was fighting up to her very last breath.
Literally.
Over and over, she kept trying to get out of that bed, and he was
Well,
just drilling her.
We can't guarantee that that's the case either. They still have this like concept of her and Maddie like being in the bed together. But none of the stories ever told from the beginning ever made me think that they were ever in the same room. Ever. I always just originally thought that like Kaylee was in her own room, heard some shit, and went down to Maddie's room and saw what was going on, and holy crap. But that didn't make any more sense either, because now we're hearing, oh, there was music and dancing and singing and stuff happening on the second floor. And then, okay, I think I'm going to go to bed, turn stuff off, walk upstairs, freak out. That changes a lot. I just don't understand why we still don't have like definitives to this day. It's insane.
And she's fighting for her last breath. And I got this old Santa Claus who's just throwing out a white towel, just saying, oh, let's just make it all go away.
And remember whenever he was on Daniel Drunk Turkey's show right before the Dateline stuff happened, he was talking about how much he respected law enforcement, blah, 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 blah. But then he kept going back and forth. Like he couldn't even keep his own like feelings straight. I don't know what he was like protecting when it comes to any of that. Like he should have just been like cussing them all out from the beginning. Like who gives a shit at this point? They suck. Y'all suck. They suck. You might as well just face it. So why he lied about having all this respect and, oh, they work so hard and I have utmost respect for them. No, you don't. You don't like them at all. Your son's speech says everything that y'all have been feeling about them since day one. So why are we dancing around it and not being honest until now? The back and forth has been wild.
And I want these type of killings to stop. And you don't do that with weak prosecutors. And this man is extremely bad at his job. And just yesterday, we asked AI, what are the safest countries in the world? And out of the top 10, every single one of them have the death penalty. Well, 8 of them have the capital. So for somebody to think that capital murder doesn't work, well, the safest countries in the world use it, and they don't use it like how we are in America.
Yeah.
It's just a
Idaho uses it as a bargaining chip. Plenty of states just ixnay people. It's just where you live, bro.
bargaining chip.
Yeah, Idaho has it, but our guys have been there for a long time. And
Since
we
the
knew
80s.
we knew this wasn't going to happen fast,
Yeah, we
but
were
he
fine
was
with
going to be
that.
on death row. It's the principle. He deserves to ultimately die. Now, maybe he's going to die of natural causes or just because he gets old in there. But we were hoping, because they just brought back the firing squad, that here in Idaho, things were going to pick back up and they were going to start.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. They use this case to push the firing squad situation, to not only change the laws, but to also over $900,000 altogether of restorations, between $600,000 and $900,000 worth of, oh, we've got to get a room ready for whenever we're going to pew a dude. We've got to have it all ready to go. Yeah. So they used this case as a bargaining chip for that, as like, hey, this is the face of the firing squad. This is the case that we're going to use to get our way. And then they went plea deal. Like I said, whoever is responsible for this, yeah, they don't need to be breathing. I don't give a shit. They don't. This is sadistic and sick. They're just not proven to me that we're all on the right track here. But regardless of how I feel about the case or the DP, this should have went to trial. Because all of this inconsistency, all of this bullshit, all of this non-existent should have been presented. And the fact that Judge Hippler knows there's nothing there, and he just went along with this bullshit with a smile on his face. He's a paid puppet. Paid puppet.
Start, executing these murderers and these criminals that are on death row. But we knew it wasn't going to be anytime soon. We didn't think they're just going to take them out back and shoot them. I mean, that would be great. But even if it was exactly how they told us, they were just sleeping in their beds. They probably never even woke up, and they were just stabbed to death. Little package of bow on it. We still would have wanted the death penalty. We still would. We wanted it from the very beginning. As soon as we found out that they were.
Is that what you were led to believe, Christy? Because that's what I was led to believe, that they were attacked in their sleep and they were basically dead before they could even wake up.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they went to those parents and said, this is what it is. Do you want to make a deal? I mean, that's what it is. No, they didn't know. No, she was punched. Her face was crushed in. Her teeth are knocked out. They didn't give those details because they knew it would be enraging.
Yeah.
And then they would have a problem. So the truth was a problem. Truth was a problem for the prosecutor, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
Bold statement, because it's true. It's the one thing I've agreed with. The truth is a problem for the prosecutor. That sums it up.
Photographed, everything you say is going to be parsed and analyzed and attacked. But you said you're still fighting. How?
By lying, apparently.
We're still trying to get them to release documentation. They told us that as soon as we were out of court, they were going to give us all of the discovery. Just 2 days ago, they sent us an email and said, no, that we have to go through it as the Freedom of Information Act. And we were in a meeting with.
You are kidding me. They're making.
We've known this part. But I could have also sworn that Shannon Gray said that they spoke to them ahead of time and that they were going to be given everything. So if that's the case, that's why I don't agree with that at all. The family should automatically get everything from every agency without having to do none of that crazy shit that we have to do. I disagree with this. This is not how this should be happening. But I've tried to FOIA like my own stuff and get my own police reports for the stuff that I dealt with my ex. And even they send me a bunch of redacted shit. So this isn't honestly surprising, but it shouldn't be that way.
You file a FOIA request for the documents?
Yeah, these people don't
2
do a
days
good
ago,
job.
because we kept saying, because they told us they would give it to us. They said they will give you all a discovery. And Shannon said, you're not going to have to go dig for it and get in line with everybody else. And they said, no, we'll give it to them. And we keep on asking. And then 2 days ago, we got an email and said, here's the links. You need to get on here and you need to file these forms and these requests. And there you go.
Yeah, I don't like them, but I don't agree with that. That's bullshit.
which I did. And then it came back and said, we can't find any records on Kaylee. And I was like, all right, guys, tell me what department. The FBI has like, let's just say over 10. And
you use the links that they sent you and you got that response back. Sir. I don't really know what else to say to that. That doesn't, what?
And it's probably closer to 20. And I didn't know what department. I went for criminology justice, I believe is where I did the FOIA. And they said, this is the wrong department. So I went back to them and said, can you at least tell me what department I'm getting a Freedom of Information Act on? And they're like, we don't have anyone to even talk to know. So they don't even know. And I'm like, you guys are clowns. You guys are clowns. You should be embarrassed to be this bad at your job. And I'll hold you accountable. And I think every family, when you lose your child, you have to like expect the most. When you're talking about life and death, you have to take charge of the situation. There's going to be a time for you to struggle and be a victim, but if you can rally up and then go into that system and say and demand justice, and demand that your child is treated as fair as possible, and you'll feel better when it's all said and done. You know, it's never going to bring them back. And I literally had a judge scream at me, we're not going to bring her back. And I was like, that's not what this is about.
A judge yelled at you? What? When did that happen?
This is about you guys doing everything by the book.
Wait, the judge told you you're not going to bring her back?
Yeah. Yelling at me, telling me he didn't want me to talk to the media anymore. And I said, well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to talk to the media every single time I want. He basically.
Was this something that we didn't know happened? Like, when was there a meeting between him and Hippler? Or is he talking about Judge? What? I don't remember that being said. I don't remember that being said. I can't trust a damn thing this man says.
Basically said, well, then we'll never have a trial.
Yeah, he in a closed hearing.
I can't believe a judge told.
In a closed hearing. So we've got 3 closed hearing transcripts that are about to be unsealed. So I better read something about Hippler said this to Steve Goncalves.
Told you how you're supposed to behave, and you can't bring her back. That is not appropriate for a judge to tell a grieving parent, you can't bring her back. Let's just let it go. It's not going to bring her back. It's not about bringing her back. It is about justice.
Yeah, he actually said, he was talking, we all were in the courtroom or on Zoom, all the families. And he actually said, and the Goncalves family, especially the dad, needs to shut his mouth.
And I said, that ain't gonna happen.
And he said, I don't agree with that. And he said, I don't care if you don't agree with that. And Steve said, well, I mean, you know, me, I'm fighting for justice for my daughter. And he says, do you think that that you're going to bring her back? Doing this all is talking to the media is going to bring her back? And Steve goes, no, I mean, I know that that's not going to bring her back, but you know, I still have. That's
we
what
got to hold people
we have
accountable.
a voice. You know,
we have to hold people accountable.
The judge and the Goncalveses and the dad, he needs to shut his mouth. I can see Judge Hippler saying some shit like that. But wow. If that's true, that's crazy. I wonder, I don't need to wonder. I know for a fact, those Zoom meetings are recorded. Holy shit. That's wild. That's wild. I wonder if that is, remember whenever they had posted about the situation, about the plea agreement, and a bunch of people were contacting Judge Hippler? I wonder if that's the meeting that happened because of that. Yeah, I'm going to foil all the Zoom meetings. For real. This is insane.
How in the hell does he get off saying it's not going to bring her back to you, who have lost your precious pearl, and he is telling you to speak or not speak? I mean,
this is like the one thing that me and Nancy are agreeing on here. The audacity to just like say something that blatantly rude to a parent is not the judge's responsibility. Judge Hippler made this so personal from like day one. The way that he came in and sat down and was just like, well, I'd like to say that I was happy to be here, but I don't want to start this out with a lie. He set the whole aura for everything. As much as I don't like Steve, that was uncalled for, Hippler. Holy shit.
I still had a son at that college. There was another victim's sister that went to WSU. We had lives still on the line, making sure that that place was.
I forget Steve Jr. was going there. Why do we forget that?
Protected. And when we're sitting there saying, hey, we need to know the facts, we need to know were they stalked, what's going on? We have kids still going to school here. And they're just like, nope, you don't have the right to know anything. And it was, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Do you think the other parents were duped? You think the other parents were duped? That they didn't understand the facts when they agreed to that plea?
Not the Chapins. The Chapins have been involved in the cover-up since day one. That's why there's one line about Ethan in the entire freaking PCA. Because if you go back and you read all the original reports, there's a shit ton about Ethan in there. And then you realize, oh shit, to this very day, on September 3rd, 2025, 10:37 p.m. Central Time, we still don't know what time Xana and Ethan walked through those doors and got home. The Chapins were not duped. The rest of them probably, yes. And like I said, I feel like the state, the cops, they all sort of use the Goncalves' insanity as like a shield. We're looking over here. They don't have to create the distraction. The Goncalves has created it themselves. The wild dance. The wild dance.
So the plea, they set up a meeting with us via Zoom, our whole family, on a Friday afternoon. It was like an hour and a half long, and we talked about logistics of trial, because it was coming up. Security, where we're going to park, how we were going to have to phone in every day and tell them who's coming, and yada 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 yada.
Our car had already been vandalized in their parking lot.
The
previous year.
Ada County.
So we're like, how do we make sure this doesn't happen anymore?
I'm surprised this is the first time that we've heard that, because they try to play victim for every little, oh my God, my nail broke. They never said anything about their car being vandalized before. That's a new one.
And ironically, that day that we went to court, there was a bunch of Kohbergers on the other side sitting behind Bryan.
She just used that stupid ass made up word. Not shocking. But what she's about to talk about is the crazy lady that was sitting at the courtroom that pulled this shit up on the camera, that then tried to come out and say that she was doing that for her son that was watching the live stream. That wasn't a Kohberger. I hate that freaking word. It makes me sick.
And doing this and on the camera, and
I don't remember kissy faces.
We're like, so.
Oh, that's the day the car was vandalized? It's interesting, because several people from YouTube were also there that day. Interesting.
Speaking of the Kohbergers, you know what I have in my hand? All of Kohberger's complaints. I know it's kind of irrelevant. All that matters is Kelly is gone.
What do Kohbergers have to do with his complaints at prison? Weird ass segue. Weird ass segue, girl. Weird.
And her friends are gone, and he murdered them, and we're paying for his 3 hots and a cot. That's what matters. And is there any way under God's son that it can be fixed?
For people that like to talk a lot of shit about Bryan's eyes and his sister's eyes, what about Home Chick's eyes? Because Kohberger and Nancy Grace seem to have the same wide eyes. I'm just saying. Interesting.
And we're paying for his 3 hots and a cot. That's what matters. And is there any way?
Look. Tell me this is a sane and well person. You can't, because you'd be lying to me. This chick is insane. She's insane. I'm crazy. I could be a bitch. This is, you need a straight jacket and a Xanax on a daily, hourly basis, because you've got some problems. This is wild.
Under God's son, that it can be fixed. But I find it ironic that he is filing complaints that he is being threatened sex harassment through the air vent. Like he was the one looking up online, attacking and raping women in their sleep when they were drugged, when they were passed out, when they were comatose. That's his fantasy.
And see, that's my point. That's like the one thing that they've like said that I'm like, okay. I can't get along with that, regardless of whatever. I don't care. That's who I am. I'm not gonna be okay with any of that, no matter what it's for. No matter what anybody wants to pretend it's for. My point of that is this. How can they sit there and say that he went in and wiped all of his devices, deleted all these things, but he left those kinds of searches just available? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So we're supposed to believe that he purposely left that there? Because that's what they would want you to believe that he wiped his devices, that he cleaned everything out to make it so hard. But he left that? No. You got to make it make sense, and that don't make no sense.
That's why he broke in that night when he assumed the girls would be asleep. He's whining that
music was playing. People were dancing. People were singing. People from down the street could hear the music. A DoorDash just got dropped off. Somebody apparently, according to the stage, went and picked up the food and lights were on. What do you mean? He went in there thinking everybody was asleep. What? You yourself just said that we were lied to about that entire thing. Now to fit your narrative, you backtrack to the bullshit. You see that? She's a fish. She's a fish.
Mommy, they're threatening me through the air vent. And he's actually, I love this one, that he's complaining about the food on his tray and the nutritional value of his food.
He didn't get his banana.
And he refers to...
He didn't get his banana. I'm sorry. Just this whole thing is wild.
Bringing the food like a butler. The service just hasn't been that good.
It's going to get a lot worse. He's the property of Idaho now, and it's going to get worse. I guarantee you that.
I like you said, I think it's very ironic. I'm like, for him to get there and so quickly start complaining and even throwing out other inmates' names and CO names. It's like, you were in prison. I mean, this is not his forte. I mean, his forte is to kill, but not to be killed. His forte is to, possibly, I mean, he didn't rape any of our kids, but possibly, but not get, I mean, what's good for the goose is not good for the gander here, And I think it's just so ironic that he is complaining.
All of this we're trying to say here is insane.
And saying, this inmate so is doing this to me and saying this to me and this, and he expects them to come and save him.
Yeah. Well, they've been babying him, and we baby our prisoners. And when you become the property of a state, you should lose your constitutional rights. You shouldn't have all these rights as if you were a tax-paying citizen doing your best.
Is that how you feel about your brother? Serious question.
Job going to work every single day. We gotta fix some of these things, and we have been talking to legislators. You're asking about things that we've done. We're not going to take this lightly. We're going to do everything from a victim's perspective. We become advocates and witnesses for our kids. And
okay, yeah, but what are you doing, and who are you talking to, and what you're trying to pull here? Because the last time you talked about any sort of like legislative work, you were talking about something with 18-wheeler drivers. So what does that have to do with what happened here? See, that's why I'm like confused with what they're trying to do. Like, why are you trying to act like you're doing something important, but you're not? Okay. Take, for example, the boss situation where her body was found in a trash can outside of the guy's house where she was last seen. You know what? I just lost my train of thought on that. My kids are talking about something in the living room, and I just completely lost my train of thought on that. So we're just going to continue. Mom brain.
We're trying to change it, and I think you guys.
That right there. Jennifer's mother, she's making moves, bro. She's going to the White House. She's doing all kinds of things. She's working with representatives of Illinois. She's doing things to change that safety, soft on crime bullshit that's related to what happened to her own child. Okay. Again, the last time he talked about working with anyone, he didn't drop a single name. They're not posting anything on Facebook. Jennifer's mother is posting shit galore. Galore. Okay. It's everywhere. Where's the proof that they're working with anyone for anything? Who's the representatives that they're talking to? Who's the congressman that they're speaking with? They've yet to tell us a single name of anybody that they've been working with. And this has been the little story since he was on Drunk Turkey Show before the Dateline shit. And again, when he was over there talking about it, it had something to do with 18-wheeler drivers registering for something. What does that have to do with this case? I don't understand like the story that he's trying to tell here. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for something. We get behind legislation. We get behind law changes. You're not. Where's the petition? Where's the petition? Where's your Facebook page? Where's your, hey, we met with Congressman so-and-so today. Lily, quit it. Where's all that? Where is all that? Lily, what are you doing? She's moving my camera. She's getting mad at me. Yeah, where is all that? Hello. I don't understand why they got to keep like making up stuff. Like, we would have felt bad enough for them with the situation as it was. But having to come out, exaggerate, lie, pretend like things are happening that aren't, putting something on something that's not even there. I don't understand it. I really just don't get it.
Can see that. That went all the way down to, my daughter in the courtroom going after him and letting him know that we're not just going to be victims that you can keep down and keep trying to hurt,
I do also think that they really upped the ante taking him to prison, which what we were hopeful for, because I think that Latah County Jail was a cakewalk. And then Ada maybe got a little
it was
tighter.
total Mayberry. It was total Mayberry. I couldn't believe it. This guy's going to have a tablet. He can watch movies. He can communicate with the outside world.
Actually, no, because if he has to pay restitution, then any money that's put on his books, his tablet, like anything like that, isn't the law that it doesn't get to go to him, that it has to go to like the restitution account? Maybe not like the food thing, but I'm pretty sure that like any money that comes into any accounts, whenever you owe restitution, you don't get to touch it. You don't get to do all those extra things. I'm pretty sure that that's how that works. I'm pretty sure.
I guarantee you, just give it a minute until people think this has died down. He is going to Zoom at some symposium. He's going to be.
That's it. They only take 20%. Interesting. I didn't know. I thought it was like all of it. I really thought they lost everything up until it was paid off. I really did. That's how I thought it worked.
Weird cult following, like you mentioned, the Kohbergers. He can write a book. There's no Son of Sam laws in Idaho, I don't believe. He can even get married. I mean, it's so wrong. I feel like running out the street screaming.
He's trying to transfer to Pennsylvania. You heard what Steve just said? We haven't seen anything filed for transfer. It wouldn't surprise me if he was, though, because all of his family's in Pennsylvania, but we haven't seen anything.
I think I just read somewhere the other day, which I know I did, that does one of the Menendez brothers have a child?
Yes, he has a daughter.
He had.
How freaking dare you? You might want to sit all the way freaking down, Christy. How dare you even bring that situation into this situation? Are we serious? Girl.
And even Jorn Vandersloot. You know Jorn Vandersloot that murdered two young girls? He murdered Natalie Holloway and Stephanie Tassiana Flores under similar circumstances. His judge daddy protected him. He's had not one but two babies behind bars. He drinks, he does drugs, he smokes.
Off topic, but not really. Put a 1 in the chat. If y'all heard the story of the female inmate and the male inmate having a baby through the air vent. I'll wait. Because that story came out and it was crazy. couple people. Yeah. Isn't that some wild-ish? Man. Some people haven't. Yeah, it was disgusting. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a bunch that don't. Holy shit. Oh, it's nasty, bro. Oh, it's nasty. I might do a video, but not on this channel. I'll put it on my other channel to talk about it. Because, yes, through the air vents, it's a thing. Just go look it up on YouTube. But I'll do a video about it on my other channel. Yeah, crazy shit.
Gambles. It's like insane. But again, screw them and the horse they rode in on. I want to talk about what, if anything, can be done now. Starting with, do you believe the other families were duped? If they had known the truth, would they have gone along with the plea?
I can't say 100%. But the thing is, I don't want to speak on behalf of them.
Oh, it is a little dog. It's a little doggy in the back.
Them by any means, but I don't think that the other families necessarily wanted the truth. They didn't want to be lied to, but they didn't want details.
Yeah.
And we did.
Kara wanted details until this happened. She literally told me that she didn't understand how some of the parents just were okay with not knowing anything. She herself told me she wanted to know all of the details. She was going to need to know all the details in order for her to feel like she actually understands what's happening. It's insane how quickly that changed.
We weren't just like, okay, she was stabbed to death around 20. We're like, how many? Where? And because I do talk to Maddie's mom, and Maddie's mom is like, please, please, please. Like, I don't, so I don't say anything to her when I speak to her about, what happened. She's like, I don't read that stuff. I don't watch it. Our thing is, we have kids,
How could you just not? Like, I get not wanting to watch the news, but how could you not pay attention to the hearings? How could you not read every document that comes out about the case of your child's murder? I'll never understand that. I will just never understand that.
We have two that are older. We have two that are younger. And you can't tell them to stay off social media for the rest of their lives. And I don't want one of them to open up.
But you also post your half-naked children all over your freaking Facebook page where you got a bunch of weirdos watching every move you make. You tell everybody and their mama where your daughter's going off to college. Now she's going to be living alone and exactly where she's at. These are walking contradictions, these two.
TikTok and seeing crime scene photos of their sister or body cam. So we're trying to stay one ahead. And as a mother, even if I didn't have children, I would still, as much as it has traumatized me, I would still want to know what happened. I want to know what happened.
That's the one thing that we agree on. But, lying about what happened before you know what happened isn't a good look.
From top to bottom.
Christy, isn't it true? You basically got an email saying, hey, we got a deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
After the
on a
fact.
Sunday.
But they can't sit here and pretend that whole thing is the only way that went down. Kara told me on Thursday that they were supposed to meet with the prosecution at noon the next day, which was the Friday. All the families. Zoomed. I don't know if it was at separate times, different times, same time. I don't know. But on Friday, this was a discussion. This was a conversation. They just didn't have confirmation that anything was signed until the email came out. But to sit here and say that the email is the only thing that they ever got about any of this is a lie if that's what this whole thing is going to be. Because no, it wasn't. There was a meeting on Friday, then a whole day went by, and then Sunday night, they get an email. But the email was not the first time that they heard about this.
Afternoon. They sent it at 4:53 p.m. Steve happened to be checking his email a little later, around 6 or so, and he said, what? And we lost our minds. We immediately emailed.
Y'all knew about it on Friday. Yeah, I understand, getting it on a Sunday might have been frustrating because it's a freaking Sunday, but y'all knew about this on Friday. So it wasn't too big of a surprise. I understand the anger portion, but to sit here and be like, oh my God, we had no clue is a lie. That's a lie.
Them and said, we need to talk like now, like what has this been sent yet? Have you offered it yet? What is going on? They sent us an email the next morning and said, we can meet at 3 today. And we said, you didn't answer. Has this been sent already? And they said, yes, it was sent yesterday evening to the defense. And so we met with them at 3 that day on Monday. and the plea had already been accepted, and we lost our minds. We were in that meeting. I mean, we were screaming, we were cussing, we were yelling, we were saying, why did you do this? How did you do this? You know, what happened? You just talked to us on Friday and told us that, you know, you had every anticipation of taking this all the way. We talked about court. I mean, we talked about a plea deal for like a second, and he just said, oh, I think that they might be wanting one, but we have no reason to give them one. You know, why would we? And we're like, yeah, right. Why would we?
See, I can't even trust you. I can't even trust what the hell you're just telling me. The plea deal was talked about. You just said that. But I don't believe you one bit about what you're saying about the plea deal. You want the sympathy for the Sunday night, oh my God, instead of knowing that you actually know ahead of time. You just admitted that it was brought up. I want these Zoom meetings. I want the Zoom meetings. I want the whole freaking thing. I want all of them. I can't trust a damn thing these people say.
And he said, well, how do you guys feel about a plea deal? And we're like, no, absolutely not. No. Boom, moved on.
Yeah, he accepted the plea deal within the same hour that he got it. This man never wanted to fight for our children. Literally, I mean it. They fought for their lives, for their very last breath, and this man had no fighting. They fought hard all the way to the end, and he gave up within an hour of being given.
And remember, he was asked by Drunk Turkey if he thought a plea deal was coming, and Steve was like, oh, it ain't going to happen. This is going to go all the way, da-da-da-da, which he probably was lied to about that, but we all know that Thompson loves a good, easy way out. He's not really a prosecutor. He's more like a babysitter because he doesn't actually argue anything. He's lazy. He's lazy.
Given an opportunity to quit on these kids. And that's the kind of prosecutor that you got to get. You got to get them out. You got to get real prosecutors in Idaho. We got some jobs to do. We got some work to do there.
Yeah, you have to have a prosecutor that, if you're in a death penalty state, believes in capital punishment.
Yeah, it's not your will. It's the victim's will. If they don't want it, then fine. But we had 4 people.
And Bill Thompson has never talked to us since that Zoom meeting that we had. And we were just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that you did that.
Wait a minute, he's never talked to you since? He's been all over the media, but he hasn't talked to you?
Nope. When we did get a briefing, it was from the
You
investigator.
won't talk to it neither.
The 2 investigators.
And Ashley Jennings, so the deputy. But Bill Thompson, because I mean, we were going after him. I mean, our whole family was in different windows, and we were all just coming at him. We were just like, Bill, like, how could you do this to us?
So this guy did not have the balls to talk to you after the deal.
Of course not.
Because he knew he had done the wrong thing.
Yeah.
I said, did you at least get some details? Did you at least find out about the kill kit, the knife, anything? You go, Steve,
There wasn't a kill kit.
Never
Those
get
were
those
their
details. We're never going to
backpacks.
get those details. It's not important. He's just going to lie to us. And I said, you are absolute idiot. You have no idea who this person.
Now remember, Santa's excuse for this, and he has repeated this in every interview. I plan on doing a montage, a whole thing, okay? Some FBI profiler back on like day 3 told them, whoever did this, their reasoning just isn't going to make sense to a normal person. They can tell us all day long what happened, and it's just not going to make any sense. So there's just no point in asking or trying to find the details. That's what he is using as an excuse to have not demanded an answer. To have not demanded, okay, you want to plea? Tell me the details. Where's the weapon? Let's go. Take me to it. Because some FBI profiler from before they knew what the hell they were doing, and of course they still don't know what they're doing, but some FBI profiler from day 2 or 3 said this to him, and he went with it for the last 3 years. It's just not going to make any sense to a normal brain, so why even bother asking? What a cop-out. What a pathetic cop-out. Insanity.
Person is. He is going to write a book, and I'm going to learn about the sickest details through his prophet book, through his sister, or through some professor, whatever way he does it. I'm going to hear about him, and you're an idiot for not even knowing who you're dealing with.
You know, I think maybe I could get a straight answer.
Why do they keep thinking that he's going to write a book? I haven't heard that even like ever in passing anything.
I think that he had been watching either Kaylee or Maddie And I don't think the others were involved. And that's why he went straight up to that room. That house is so confusing. It's
You just said they didn't have to go upstairs. That's when you'll stance for like ever. They didn't have to go upstairs. And see how it flipped because they need all the attention. It's just amazing. This is like some sort of weird social experiment, man.
It's just they're just a build on from hell. They just built on and built on and built on and throughout the years. So it is a very confusing floor plan. And we know that he went in there very quickly. He wasn't, he went in and he went out and he made.
But your daughter was apparently on the second floor the whole time that he was supposed to have been coming in through the slider, walking across that area to get up to the stairs. Like, what? No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
May have tried to walk into Kaylee's room first. We don't know. And Kaylee's bed was empty. So he's like, I'm going into Xana's or Maddie's. And maybe he went into Maddie's and then got mad because Kaylee woke up and was like, oh, there's two in here.
And remember they said that Kaylee's bed looked like somebody had been in it, which is also sort of interesting, but also could just mean that like she didn't make her bed from the night before. But then again, we honestly don't know for a fact that who Dylan was claiming to have heard was Kaylee. That's why I don't understand this entire situation, because we have no definitive anything. No definitive anything. The cops weren't even honest about what time the girls got home. How do we have nothing definitive in this entire thing? And again, still to this day, no timestamp for Ethan and Xana getting home. I just don't understand it.
But I think it was some sort of an obsession, some sick, twisted, stalking. Maybe he hated one of them. Maybe it was both. I think it was hate.
There was no blood on Kaylee's door, so that would lead us to believe he went there first, opened the door, seen the dog or seen something, and then said, okay, there's nobody here. Then I'm thinking he went to Maddie's room. And you don't see blood on that door, but the other.
Yes, you do, sir. Yes, you do see blood on Maddie's door. We've got the pictures. There's like 3 spots. At least 2. Yeah, you do. Yeah, there is.
Door downstairs, they do see blood on it. So I think we're just going through this, reverse engineering it. We've talked to detectives and things like that now. And we believe that explains who he was going for. And he definitely stalked them. He stalked multiple girls on that hillside. He's a copycat killer and he just was really poor at it. And you can look at.
He stalked multiple girls on that hillside. What? How come Kaylee's friends remember the stalking stories going back as far as May? Or does Steve not even know this about his own child? Wouldn't shock me.
Look at his handwriting. He might be a PhD student in Pennsylvania, but he would have had a way harder time out here. He looked like a little kid, like a little 5th grader writing that paper. So I can't believe it.
Autism, dexterity and mobility issues. Handwriting has nothing at all to do with intelligence. It's amazing somebody as smart as Steve claims to be, Mr. Big IT, doesn't understand that. Holy shit.
Believe that's
Guys, why do you think everybody is attacking Dylan and Bethany, acting like they did?
Why is she having the audacity to ask that question? Now, get ready. Get your popcorn. Get ready to watch Steve probably take up for these two, even though we have even more blatant proof of the lies now than we ever did before. Get ready. Get ready. It's going to be beautiful. Just get ready.
Did something wrong or even part of the murders? It's insane.
I hate it. We absolutely hate it. And it just, I fear, and these girls are so young, and for them to have to deal with this for
They won't even talk to you. They left Olivia on red when she was trying to find out if your daughter was alive or not. They both did. Dylan lied to the police the second he started questioning her. Don't tell me y'all haven't seen the damn forensic download information of their conversation and all the shit they were doing in those entire 8 hours. What do you mean you hate it? I could never be these people, bro. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. If I were the Goncalveses, I would be the biggest threat to Dylan and Bethany the rest of their lives. If this were me, it would be a lot different answer. I cannot believe this. This is so sick. Dylan lied to Steve's face at the memorial. He has known about the lies for 3 years, and this is still what they do. You'd think I'd be used to this shit after doing this for so long and listening to this shit over and over and over. But the longer that it continues, the more angry it makes me. I cannot believe how much they're acting like this right now.
forever. And I mean, I'm not going to say that the events that occurred that night were strange. Do we think they were involved in any way? No. Could they have saved the kids if they were to call 911 right then and there? No. But I mean,
your daughter asphyxiated on her own liquids. You don't know how long she was trying to breathe after the fact. I get that the wounds were insane, but to sit there and say, oh, there would have been no hope for anything, you don't know that. The coroner can't even give you like liver temperature for anything. They refused to even bother because of how long it took for the 911 call. Jesus, for fuck's sakes.
I mean, but you know, when you go into fear, you go into that fight or fight mode.
Oh, she wasn't scared. She didn't perceive any fear. Remember? Try again, Christy. The fact they're taking up for them, I swear. I'm gonna just let this play.
And maybe that was they flew, you know, and they cuddled up together. It is very clear.
You know
that
what's
they
interesting about what you said when you were talking about you saw LA law enforcement come up in your driveway, you ran to the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, it's hard to explain in the heat of the moment, the fog of war, why anybody does anything that they do. Yeah. Why did I throw all my books down? I don't know why I did that. Why did
they stay on their phones for 8 hours taking videos and pictures and going on social media and going on Indeed and doing all these crazy things? Why? After checking snap maps and seeing Xana's body on the floor. Why? After seeing lights and being woken up by noises and hearing screaming and oh my God, why? Are we serious right now? Somebody else who doesn't read any damn documents. This idiot over here.
Run to the bedroom. I don't know. Why does anybody do anything? And attacking those girls is just like more victimization. Another thing, I know you've got to go. I find it really interesting that Washington State had this long history of his anti-woman misogynist stalking behavior and did nothing. That's really interesting. If he had been thrown out, he wouldn't have even been there.
Exactly.
Yep. He should have been thrown out before he ever killed these kids. That's the truth. If they should have set a standard and said, look, we don't put up with this in our university. You cross the line, you're done.
He didn't cross the line. That's the problem, Steve. He didn't cross the line. The investigation that took place, he was found to have done nothing wrong, guilty of no wrongdoing. Snyder himself came out in the reports, you know, the ones that are free that you don't have to FOIA, that you can read right now, and said he shouldn't have been let go because there's no reasoning for it. It's going to end up in a civil suit. You don't say that about somebody's situation where you are their boss. He is your teaching assistant. You are the teacher, meaning you read everything. You know what's going on. And if you're going to come out here and say, yeah, he probably should have been kept on, they shouldn't have let him go, this is going to end up in a civil suit. There's no reasoning. There's no descriptive reasoning. There's no answers for why he's losing his position. That says a shit ton. That tells me the investigation was done. They found out he actually was guilty of no wrongdoing the way that Ann Taylor said. And then all of a sudden the Fed starts sniffing around because that phone call came on December 19th. Don't you think they weren't trying to cover their asses? Oh shit, we have reports on this guy and we found that he didn't do anything wrong, but that's not how the public's going to look at it. The public's going to blame us. We've got to ixnay him now. It's probably how this went down, if it went down that way at all. Because they just sat here and admitted they didn't do anything. Well, because they already said he didn't do nothing wrong. And again, we're reading the reports, right? We're reading the reports. The people that are telling these stories, it's a bunch of game of telephone, heard it through the grapevine. This person told this person, and this person came and told this person, and then this person told this person, and then this person called and told me. That's what's happening. Because again, the girl who was all, oh my God, about being asked out for coffee, never said anything about he started cussing her out. He called her a name. He got in her face. His eyes turned dark. His face changed. She felt threatened. None of those things are in her report. None of them. I would love nothing more than to be proven wrong about everything that I've been saying over the past 3 years. I just find it really unlikely the more that we keep going here. I would love it. Please tell me I'm wrong. Prove me I'm wrong. Prove to me that he's the actual guilty party and that they've had the right guy the entire time. Restore my faith. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
It's not even our decision. It's just your behavior. We're holding you accountable. You should behave like this. That's the expectations in Washington State University. And you either do it or you don't.
I mean, he had 13 in the first semester. The first one came in August. That's the first month that you come to school. And then 12.
And also remember that none of those complaints were actually to his teacher, like to his boss that he was a teaching assistant for. He never heard none of it. He never got a complaint. Don't you think it's a bit strange that the person he's working under, they want to talk about how he's so sexist for all these grading things, yet the person he's grading for never heard a single complaint? Personally, it's just stuff he heard. Why is no one paying attention to that?
12 after. And November had a huge, Thanksgiving break. And then he didn't even go the whole month of December. He took off like December 9th or 10th. And there's 13 formal complaints. What were they doing?
What was he doing? Following them, stalking them?
Just being would kind of act aggressive and stand in doorways from what we've read. And the girls would have to like walk past him and like, yeah.
Guy should have been punched in the face. He was a creep, man. He's a disgusting creep. The kind of guy. We even heard about it from the Seven Sirens bar, where those girls put a little note saying, "Hey, if you get this credit card, watch out for this guy."
Everyone's been asking for validation and proof of that story. We want what was written. We want the ID they claim they have. And that bar owner, the people with that whole thing, refuse to show any proof of anything. People have been asking for 2.5 years for that information. I've asked for it. I've dug for it. I've sent emails. Everybody's been sending emails. Lots of people have written articles about how they heard the story, went to the bar, called Seven Sirens, contacted the people. No proof. None. No picture of the ID they claim to have had, that they took a copy of to make sure that they had the right guy. None of that. No proof. Just another story. Somebody who wanted 15 minutes of fame, maybe to get their bar name up on the map. I mean, why would you even bother if you did not have concrete proof? You don't have a copy of a credit card that you can show? I mean, block out half the numbers. Show us his name on the card. You can't do that because your story's bullshit. If there was definitive proof, it'd be different. But people have asked for almost 3 years now, and they won't produce it. It's just like those stupid tips that call in, and they're like, "Oh, I had a dream. I solved your case. You're welcome." It's that level.
Guy. I mean, he's been doing this his whole life, and we didn't stand up to him. And we need to start standing up to these type of bullies. And hopefully Idaho will get it right. Hopefully those prisoners in there, they'll do the real justice. They'll act like real men in there, and they'll handle it the way that it should be handled.
How many times are they going to do that? Like, I know, like, he's the parent. He's going to feel however he wants to feel. But to come out here and publicly, like, call for that, knowing that people inside watch Nancy Grace, knowing that people inside are going to listen to this inside of the prison and hear, oh, that's my permission. Jesus Christ. Jesus
Handled
Christ.
in the first place.
Yeah.
Is there any way in your mind that this plea can be reversed, or any way that the feds may seek
not
the
up
federal
to
death
them.
penalty?
We've heard that and we've seen that. And a lot of people have reached out to us and said that, this can happen, but we don't understand why it wasn't federal in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, he crossed state lines to kill. He drove from Washington to Idaho. We never understood why it wasn't a federal case in the first place. But
I mean, honestly, I was really confused about that too, especially since they had to like cross the country to Pennsylvania. That was one of my first questions, honestly, because of what I've always heard about like federal cases when it comes to state lines and things. And here we had 3 states involved, technically. So yeah, I mean, I understand that because I had the same question.
I think they're just like,
But remember during the Drunk Turkey interview that he did right before Dateline, I've referenced it several times already. Steve made a comment about the federal investigation and said something about how if they wanted to branch Kaylee's off of the state to make it federal, that it would automatically take the death penalty off the table. That's what he said. So I don't know what federal agent told him that. I don't know who told him that, when he was told that, whatever, but that's what he said. That it would have taken the DP off the table.
I've got another question, because a lot of crime victims are watching you right now. Do you ever feel Kelly's presence with you?
Why do you ask that kind of shit? Why do they ask these kinds of stupid questions? Do you think that she's going to say, no, I don't ever feel like my daughter is here. I don't ever think about her. She's nowhere. Why do y'all ask that kind of stupid shit? I'm not even going to like listen to this answer. It's just too much. Are we done? Are we done here?
It's like granite.
Are we done?
How do you stay so strong?
By lying to everyone.
And I think if parents get a little more proactive and be a little bit more vocal towards that prosecution, they can force the media to help hold them accountable. And I really believe that the government works for us. I believe that government is servitude. You go in to serve. You don't go in there for your own opinion. You might not believe in the death penalty. We don't care. It's the victims and their families. That's what you should be negotiating for. You're their vote. You're proxying their will through into the courtroom. And I think the court's lost that. And we're going to try to bring that back. I mean, there's a reason why we took our daughter to Texas. She had a full scholarship. We said, you're going to Texas because they honor their victims. They do.
No, they don't. You want to lie to somebody else, Steve? You want to lie to somebody else? Say that to my kid. Say that to my other kid. Say that to my third kid. Say that to my face. No, they don't. No, they don't. No.
Do everything in their power. Florida's another
not
one.
that we're going to have another victim.
No.
Not happening. But
I'm done. It's almost over anyway. They're stupid. They're dumb. I'm done. Dumb. Dumb. I'm done. I can't believe all the lying, all of the, oh, I'm going to backtrack this. I'm going to backtrack that. I can't. Unbelievable. See, and look, people like that are the reason why I don't give a damn about it. Because this kind of lying hypocrisy, that's all that I saw growing up as a Jehovah's Witness. And then whenever I got out of it and was out in like the real world and I was just like a little bit goth and a little bit punk, that's where all the other Christians came in and acting like I was a devil worshiper because I like to wear black. I have been burned by religion my entire life. So whenever he gets up there and wears a cross hat, I laugh. It's a front. One of the biggest ones. The damn dog is moving the camera. Lily, what are you doing? Come over here, please. You need to lay over here. Lay down. Lay down, please. Lay down, please. You move the camera everywhere, bro. Whole different angle. Come here. Come here. Okay, stretch first. That's fine. You look crazy. Come here. Can you stop moving the camera? Can you stop? Can you stop? Okay, get down. Get down. Go lay with Boom Boom. Go lay with Boomer. I'm almost done. She's impatient. She wants me off this thing. I wasn't expecting to get mad tonight, but I'm not mad we watched it, but I'm mad about what I'm seeing. And like I've said 1,000 times before, I've not been the perfect parent. But to sit there when your relative is calling you, not a stranger, not a friend, not an acquaintance, not somebody random, but your own flesh and blood is calling you, telling you that something happened to your child. You start seeing the house and the crime scene tape and everything all over the news. You sit there. You sit there. You get the alert on your phone. You know that it's a homicide. You know what's happening. And you sit there. To me, it doesn't matter if there was anything they could have done or not. The fact that they did not go down there has always bothered me. And then finding out about Samantha made it make sense. Made it make sense. Insane shit. Her name is Lily. Her name is Lily. Her brother's name is Boomer. I adopted them both together from the PetSmart animal shelter before we moved over here. I went to get one dog. She's the runt. He's like 3 times her size. They came from a house that had like 70-something animals. The person was just like taking care of all of them, but it was all over the place. And they were a litter of like 5 or 6. They were the last 2. As tiny as she was compared to him, he was laying down on the ground and she was standing over him like in a protective mode. And I knew then and there I couldn't leave one of them. I had to take them both with me. I went for one, but I couldn't leave. I couldn't leave without both of them. So now we've got 2. Now we've got 2. I mean, the way that the one report made it sound as if she didn't talk to her family. Like Madison being the closest family person to her, like the closest family member to her, is extremely telling for the fact that she has all of those siblings. And as much as they try to act like they were like close, I'm not seeing proof of that. Again, back like in the beginning of this, people were going through the social medias and like Olivia and Kaylee were not following each other on social media. So I would love to know what that fight was about. She didn't have anybody in that household as her emergency contact. There's just a lot of like separation, it seems. And it might not have anything to do with anything, but it still like does at the same time because she's not here to tell her story. The only people that are left are the ones that have a reputation to save. Like, it shouldn't even make me this upset because I don't know these people. I didn't know Kaylee. I didn't know Maddie, Xana, Ethan. I don't know none of them. I just can't believe the lies. The lies on all the sides. The lies on all the sides. It's just gross. I don't know about Steve. Actually, you know what? I don't even give a shit anymore. Kara made a comment to me one time about Jeff seeing Steve Goncalves over at 1122 several times. I just don't know how accurate her statements to me have been. Like, I know that she's sober and shit now for like a while, but I just don't know how accurate her recollections are for what was told to her, because according to her, nobody talked to her for like a long time. The more she asked questions, the less they wanted to talk to her. Even though she was sober and doing well, they still like didn't want her asking anything. But she made a comment to me, and I have all of the messages. I never deleted anything. I still have them all. I just haven't shown them because I just don't. There's just some stuff that she said that I really just don't feel needs to be out there. But when it comes to like this kind of stuff, because we didn't just talk about this case, we talked about a lot of different shit. But she told me before that Steve and Jeff had like been at the house at the exact same time, multiple times. I don't know if it was something to do with the university, might have been, I don't know. I also don't know how accurate that statement is. But Christy herself said she's never been there. Which honestly, I question both ends of that. Because Kaylee just moved in there in June, right? So I just kind of question, like, if it's accurate about Jeff and Steve being there, like, around the same times before, then how many times was it if she only had moved in June? Like, June, July-ish. Late July? Somewhere around there? It was in summertime. So, again, I don't know how accurate. But Christy said out of her own mouth she had never gone there. And like, I get it to an extent, but like, it was just parents' weekend. And I guess it's because Kaylee was like already back. They didn't bother. I just know that if my kid and I was able to like drive, which obviously they're more than capable. She moving into like a new place, you'd think you'd want to like scope it out. But she also was only there for like a few months. So I don't know. It's back and forth. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. No way. Good question. Because like I forget that he was there. It's like something that just like, yeah. I don't even think about it. Why don't we think about that? When was Steve Jr. notified? Because in the reports, we're finding out that Jasmine was near the crime scene when Jeff first spoke to one of the officers. Then we know that Maisie got a ride there and someone else walked over and got Hunter. But we don't have a story for Steve Jr. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, the alert. But no one went to go get him before the alert? Like, no one contacted him before the alert? Like, no one in the reports even talks about him. It's weird, isn't it? That is a bit strange. What do we know this as a fact? That he was home? Because it was Parents' Weekend the weekend before. Like, did he drive home every weekend? Because we have, like, no information. So if that's true, then that's fine. Borrowed his dad's hat. Wild. That's what Steve just said, too. And it's something that they've mentioned and, like, it's been mentioned in passing, but for some reason, like, it just never sticks. I don't know. I don't know. If he was home, then that's fine. But he would have, like, gotten calls. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have just been, like, people on social media going in and finding the sisters to contact, the minors to contact. Wouldn't people be contacting Steve Jr., like, directly? Damn, that's wild, too. Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't feel like he had anything to do with anything. I haven't seen any proof of that. And I'm not going to pretend like this makes me think that he does. But it's just odd. You would think that like her friends would at least talk about him. They went to the same college. I don't know. It's a little strange. Where? When did they say that? They didn't say that in this one. I'll have to go see if I can find it. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, who told Sabrina something before she called Christy? I agree. And why wasn't Steve Jr. the one that was called first if he was home? Like, if he goes to the university, wouldn't he have like university friends that would have like been knowing things by then? Maybe. It is just odd. I don't know. It's just strange. It's just real strange. Thank you for the $4.99. Oh, I gotta check that thingy. Okay. AI says Steve Jr. was older and did not go to U of I, but SG said he did. Yeah, I don't listen to AI. He is older. But he just said it too. They said he was still there. That they just said that in this interview, that he was still going to that school. And on top of that, they mentioned Jasmine. He said another victim's sister went to WSU. But they lie about everything, so I don't even freaking know. I have to go back to the like original things and see. Jeff went to Parents Weekend. I don't know about the Chapins. Actually, the Chapins were there because that was the first time that Jeff met the Chapins was Parents Weekend. So they both were there. Both of them were there. I don't know about Maddie's family, but for sure the Chapins and Jeff Kernodle were at Parents Weekend. Yeah, I want to hear from her. I want to hear from her. Like, she's just a person. I don't have nothing against her. I just want to know what she heard, who she heard it from, and I want the time. That's it. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I want. Yeah, I want to go back and get those original interviews. Hunter J is not the one who went over there. It was somebody else. Because in the body cam, you can see Hunter Chapin walking up in a pink hoodie with someone else. And Hunter Johnson is waiting for him up on that little step. And then he's the one like talking to him, but he didn't go over there and get him. I forget the person's name. It's in the book. It's in the book, the person who went and got Hunter Chapin. Yeah. Like, I want to go back and listen to like the original stuff, because one of the things that Steve Goncalves said on top of they didn't have to go upstairs was something about how he had said to the parents, if your daughter was involved in anything, then we just need to know the truth. There's no hard feelings. We just need to know what's going on. So it's just interesting how it went from that to Maddie and Kaylee being like the star of everything, even though there's no proof either way. There's no proof either way. I just always lean more towards something going on with Xana and Ethan because of the fact that everything about their timeline has been suppressed. But I don't know if that's the shade that the Chapins have caused because they don't want Ethan's name in this stuff as much as possible. Or if that's for a more nefarious reason, because we also need to remember the Chapins stated they went into the frat, shut it down for the night, and they all spent the night in there. No one was allowed to leave until the next morning. And they try to make it sound like it was just like something, right? Like nothing crazy. But then you also have to remember the narrative, where it's going, who's being erased, the fact that they're twins now instead of triplets. And then you also have to remember the fact that the fraternity was surrounded with like 50 cop cars at one time. So what was really being talked about that night that the frat was shut down? Is that where you were getting everyone's story straight and telling them the business about what was going to be going on? Why did they not tell us this entire time that both Maddie and Dylan were over at the party at some point? Why did we not know until just recently that there was a third person going to the corner club? Why did we not know until just recently that the grub truck was not the original destination, that they were supposed to be going to another bar instead? Why are all of these like actual timeline details being suppressed? Like, it doesn't even make any honest sense for the reason. It just doesn't. Especially since nothing that went on has anything to do with the guy that they got behind bars. Like, why weren't you just honest with us about the timeline to begin with? All the lies and inconsistency are the problem. All the lies, all the inconsistency, and not a single thing that puts the puzzle together. It's just dumb. All right. Let me go in and see what I missed here. And then we're going to get off of this for the night. Oh, 1 second. Okay. Let me see what I missed here. Thank you for the gifted membership, Kimberly. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 149, Sleeping Duck. Thanks for the 5, Kimberly. How are they still talking shit about him? Petty crap. They got to grasp at straws. We all pissed someone off. Big whoop. Yeah, I just don't. It's the simple fact that they're not being honest about everything. They're not being open about everything. And they're still not admitting to a lot of stuff. It's just the lies. It's just a lot of lies. Hey, buddy. Thanks for the 5. If a woman accuses you, then you are guilty. And if you defend yourself, it's misogyny. And if you post receipts, then you're violent and a doxer. Yeah. I mean, you're basically damned if you do, damned if you don't. Actually, I think you probably saw what I reposted on Twitter earlier, Chris. There was a guy who apparently got like banned from going back to this restaurant. Like, he showed the text message from the manager of the restaurant. He said, all I did was leave my number on the receipt. So the only thing I can assume is that he left the number. The chick was offended, gave the receipt to her manager. The manager then texted the guy telling him he's not allowed back at the bar. And I reposted it and I said, he said something about like, all I did was put my number on the receipt. Like, I don't understand the problem. And somebody else said something down in the comments about how women question why men don't ask them out anymore. But then like, look what happens whenever they do. This kind of crazy shit happens, right? So then I reposted it and I was like, well, apparently you can't ask anyone for coffee either, because that's the story. That's the story at the school. She didn't like dudes. She wanted to be with chicks. Cool for you. He asked her for coffee and she threw a fit. And again, in her report, I've said it thousands of times, so I'm probably so sick of me saying it, but it's true. In her whole thing, the report to the police in Moscow PD documents and in the Idaho documents, when she told him no, she didn't say shit about his face changed, his tone changed, his eyes got dark, he got in my face, he called me names, nothing that would lead you to where we ended up with her then reporting him. Because it made her uncomfortable. He asked her out for coffee. I don't blame guys for not wanting nothing to do with nobody anymore. I mean, I've been there for a long time. But the fact that, like, you can't do something simple like leave your number on a receipt or ask somebody out for coffee without being accused of all the crazy, yeah, I get it. Humanity is doomed. I'll be surprised if we last another couple hundred years, honestly, with the way things are going. Not even trying to kid around. That's so serious. Yeah. Crazy shit. Thank you for the $5 PM. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 10, Amanda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you again, Fly High, for the gifted membership and the 2. And thank you again. I've got something to say for the $4.99. I appreciate that. I wasn't coming on here to listen to them, but I'm glad Whitney sent me the fact that they were on there. I know what my downfall is because I'm very self-aware. Okay. One of my biggest downfalls is that I expect people to be the way that I am in situations. I expect equal things. I guess that makes how I can put it. Like when I see the way that they say things, do things, I'm just like, I could never. I don't understand. Because I could never. I don't understand how you would behave this way. I don't understand why you would come out and lie about something that happened to your daughter whenever something's already happened and it's tragic enough. I don't understand the exaggeration. Why is it needed? I don't get it. So whenever I'm like watching the way that they are doing, I guess I'm just always expecting something other than, because I'm expecting people to behave and react the way that I do, because to me, I make sense. And I understand that everybody is different and everyone else thinks that they make sense too. But for me, like I feel like I make sense. I'm an asshole when I need to be an asshole. I'm not an asshole when there's no reason to be. And I'm not going to call something out if it's not necessary. And I call out all the sides. I also give kudos to people that I don't like. I said whenever the state was doing something good, and I called Ann Taylor out for whenever she sucked. Okay. It's all around. I'm very, equal opportunity asshole, But I sit here and I see them and I'm just like, I expect so much better because these people are so much older than me. Maybe not so much. How old are they? I'm 37. How old are they? They got to be like in their 50s, right? They're still older than me, regardless. And I don't understand the behavior. I just don't. I just know that that's not how I would do things. I would be stubborn as shit. I would be giving them hell. But to come out and lie to the media and try to get sympathy off of something that's already insane and have to exaggerate things and lie? Why? Why is it necessary? On top of you not getting off your ass and driving down there and just like pretending like it's some sort of weird prank. I don't really quite get it. I just don't freaking get it. Okay. I'm going to get off of here. I saw another colory thing. I don't want to miss it. Oh, there it is. Thank you for the $4.99, Vivian. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here now. I'm going to go woosah with some TV. I got to go watch some sort of comedy or something. I got to like wash my brain of all of this. Y'all have a great night. I'll end up cutting all this out because the thumbnail is for the documents. So I'm going to end up doing the same thing I did the other day. I'll probably do all that tomorrow to clean this up. And then I'll post this separately. Like just that, not all the talking stuff. But yeah, y'all try to woosah. I'm going to go try to woosah. I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully we have some new documents because, again, we counted them. There's still some that they didn't release yet that are supposed to be on that list, but we still have Idaho documents to go over. So for sure, I'll be back tomorrow to go over the Idaho documents. We'll be live twice tomorrow because tomorrow's Thursday. We did 2 on Tuesday. We're going to do 2 on Thursday. Still waiting for that one piece. Still waiting for that one piece. Maybe we'll wake up tomorrow and they'll be like, here's a picture of the knife sheath. Doubt it. Okay. Y'all have a great night. Thank you so much for being here with me. And again, thank you so much for the super chats and the super stickers and the people that became members, the gifted memberships, any and everything that you guys being here, just listening to me run my mouth is just, it's enough. Y'all go and have a good sleep. Make sure you have the cold side of the pillow. Okay. Because that's the most comfortable. I'm going to go ahead and throw this one out there real quick. Please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already. All right, you guys. See y'all.